Top morning. give up on me, yeah. Don't give up on me, yeah.
Well, it's been a hot minute, but we're back here once again for some more Asia Pacific Brawl Stars. This time, though, East Asia has decided to go off and do its own thing. So we're taking over South Asia and Southeast Asia to make our way towards that road to the Brawl Cup. My name's Plan. Joining me on the mic tonight, it is Cthulhu coming in, mate. I mean, how are we feeling? Asia Pacific, it's a spicy part of the world for mobile esports.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Look, Asia Pacific has been a big participant in the mobile esports, and honestly, South Asia today is promising to bring the heat.
Yeah, I mean, South Asia did have its avenue into international competition, of course. It was a pretty hard-run road, given the ping issues they face. Now slightly more indirect route, but they still have that opportunity to go international. And looking at that route for them, of course, it is this tournament to kick things off. They played through the open qualifier. It was a mixture of best of 5, best of 3 double elimination, top 8. From both South Asia and Southeast Asia have progressed to the monthly finals. It is single elim, so it gets pretty brutal, pretty darn quick. We start off with the best of 3, then progress towards the best of 5 at the tail end of that bracket. Each of these monthly finals will accrue points, and those points go towards them qualifying for the road to Brawl Cup, and that is super important because it gets you to the Brawl Cup, of course, which gives you that chance. If you take first in the Brawl Cup, you can qualify to Worlds. If you take second, you get that direct inject into the LCQ, so it is so important for South Asia, Southeast Asia to be playing through these tournaments for their chance to go to the world stage. And I mean, it's a massive opportunity for a region that has really suffered, playing at a more of a centralized regional format of the whole APAC scene.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look, with this though, it has to be said that I still am of the opinion that South Asia specifically does have quite a very potent opportunity here to still be able to get themselves out on the international stage and from there perform. Remembering the old APAC competitions as well, South Asian representatives were still able to make it into the top 4 at the end of the leaderboard.
Yeah, let's have a look at their incentives though, because they're not just playing for those opportunities to qualify. There is prize money for each of these monthly finals on the journey towards that road to Brawl Cup. Of course, $4,500 US, 2,250 US for first. Down to second, it is 1,250, and third and fourth will both walk away with $500 US. Now, Cthulhu, that might seem small to some, but when converted into the local currencies, that's a big chunk of change.
Huge chunk of change, honestly, yeah, and quite a big deal as well. Once you do, obviously, get the first, maybe second positions as well, as given that on top of the points that you get for the overall esports ecosystem within Brawl Stars, you also get the money, which is a huge motivator here. Sorry.
And it looks very interesting here for South Asia because obviously we're seeing teams ranging from obviously India, of course, being a South Asian staple, but all the way across to Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia as well. And some of those big names that have really been bullies in the Asia Pacific scene are no longer there. As we have a look at our bracket here for South Asia, you will notice that some names are a little bit less known for those central to South Asia. Yeah, you probably are a little bit more clued into who is who, but you look at the likes of Revenant, they are actually playing through Southeast Asia, which is going to be an interesting series to watch. But I mean, you look at these teams, Weeball, OK, Blinks, Arise, some big fan favorites in high quality damage coming into this tournament, 77, Monarchy and Sky. And I mean, there are a number of, especially Indian players who played previously through the old formats, through Snapdragon, through the India monthlies that were there, have been active over the last year in the Brawl Blitz, but are now getting that chance to really step into competition once again. So there is some real veterancy to the scene.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even looking at the very top of the bracket, the Weeball matchup versus OK, this one is a very curious one because on paper, Weeball should be winning this through and through, given that they were the ones that came out first place in the qualifiers, whereas OK only came out 6th out of the whole bracket. And remembering on top of that as well, we looking back at some of the results during the qualifiers, it was a very one-sided play. It was all 3-0s across the board, which sort of paints the overall picture as this could also be a very similar sentiment.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I went to watch my favourite rugby team play today. They were versing the 6th place team. They're currently first, and I was sweating for a little bit. So I don't think standings are the be-all and end-all measure, especially when it comes to South Asia, because it is so volatile. Let's get into it. Our first matchup of this bracket. It is Weeball coming into it. Hideki, Kar, and Kaiser, of course. A couple of changes, couple of subs coming in at the last moment. do believe Dark Beast was a part of the roster, but it doesn't seem that he is anymore. So, look, it is an unfortunate problem, this part of the region. Sometimes those roster changes happen pretty quickly.
Yeah, with volatility, like you said, things do change quite rather quickly. But maybe we could get to see a completely different lineup, or maybe a different sort of approach to the game as well. Given that Hideaki is still part of the roster, and he had a pretty solid run, all things considered, as part of Weeball and as part of some of the other rosters, similar to even Monarchy at some point.
Yeah, look, I'm definitely looking to Monarchy is probably my favourite in this competition, at least to win the whole thing. But their opponents coming into this first match, Weeball taking on Team OK. Coming in, King Fahim, Renji, Brajesh coming into this roster. I mean, look, again, reasonably active in the Indian Brawl Stars scene. They've played a number of tournaments over the last year or so, just making sure that they keep that talent fresh. But again, it is a bit detached from the rest of the world, South Asia. The meta does shift slightly. During the Asia Pacific tour last year with Teddy, we talked about it. Asia Pacific seems to develop its own meta that they play, they love, they thrive in, and then as soon as they go international, they just start playing the international meta. So it's kind of hard to truly figure out what we're going to be seeing today, but we will obviously learn pretty quickly in this bracket.
I sure hope so. But honestly, yeah, look, I'm quite a fan of this sort of approach where you have a completely different set of the competition within the region, whereas you then get to practice the international play as well. Whilst it does make things a little bit more difficult in terms of how you switch the playstyles on and off, it does introduce quite a fair bit of variety and does force you to sort of think outside of the box.
Yeah, I'm excited. You see some of these new changes coming up over the last few months. Last time we saw the Asia Pacific tour, it was a drastically different game for the most part, it feels like. We're coming into today. Let's get into it. Let's have a look at the map veto and see how we're going to be playing things out. Of course, it is going to be Bounty Layer Cake, Ring of Fire, Hot Zone, and then Bell's Rock Knockout coming through. And Bell's Rock we saw last year in the Asia Pacific tour. The Asia Pacific Melody was a bit of a staple there, and she ran riot.
Yeah, look, Melody would be absolutely potent here. On top of that, throwers like Dynamite or Tick can pressure as well behind the ball, with the walls, sorry. And just overall, the fact that the Bell's Rock does sort of come with being, a very structured in terms of its lanes. It does facilitate coordinated team strategies, but as in terms of its cons, the lanes make it do quite predictable in terms of where the assault may come from. So it will require quite a fair bit of a structure, whereas I'm looking at something like the Layer Cake as well, and it does sort of also look at a similar sort of layer structure, but there's a lot of cover to play from, and I think this is like the initial start off from the Layer Cake is where we'll see the biggest sort of out of all this matchup.
Yeah, look, it's going to be interesting. We have seen a couple instances. Obviously, the Asia Pacific tour was a wee while ago now, but where some of those drafts were a bit of a problem and it did let them down. But you can see players on your screen ready and waiting to get into it. And look, it's very, very hard to tell at the moment what we're going to be expecting out of this. You see players coming to tournaments like this and they've got a lot of fans in Twitch chat. Yeah, they're going to be the team that absolutely knocks it out of the water. And then unfortunately, there's just always that bigger fish. You look at the rest of the bracket. You've got names like Captain Rocks coming into play for Monarchy. He's had a huge amount of experience. Ash King Yash on the Attack on Titan. But let's get into it. The pick ban phase starting up. Hank being taken out. He's also received some love recently. Of course, the Juju. Stu, no surprises there, honestly. And Barry, yeah, and the Melody. There you go. Melody's taken off the ball early.
I mean, understandable, really, given how potent she can be. Things do get quite hectic pretty quickly, all things considered. Looking at the overall run, though, I mean, with what OK are bringing over, are we expecting some sort of a crowd control play here?
I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. Do they opt into something a little bit more aggressive, just look to try and push them? Because obviously we're playing this on a more central South Asia server, so the ping differences that have punished South Asian teams in the past aren't going to be as brutal. Carl coming through. I mean, look, I don't think it's a bad pick. There's just definitely a lot of counterplay to it. Obviously, Ha does have an idea of what he wants to do.
Look, I mean, yeah, with Carl, things do get pretty hectic. I mean, all things considered, not the speediest of the brawlers, but still can do quite a fair bit of damage. And I mean, that super as well can get quite explosive as well, and having quite a fair bit of the area around him to really make that play happen. On top of that, I mean, you know, the star powers that come with him, they can really push him to be quite potent as well. I mean, all the damage he's received being turned down by 35% is pretty substantial damage reduction.
Gus coming in has seen a lot of priority in play at the moment. Players are really enjoying what he brings to the table. Just a little bit of sustain. He's got a great amount of poke. He's a real threat, the old spooky boy and his loony balloons. So it's going to be interesting to see what OK look to bring out in counter. I mean, there's a decent amount left in the pool in terms of what they might want to play. Having seen what we have out of East Asia, teams are bringing out Frank, they're bringing out Rico, they're bringing out all sorts. I mean, Miko, Kit have been coming out as well, opting into some of those more melee intensive assassin type brawlers. So it's going to be interesting to see how they looked around at that. Gray, the Asia Pacific Gray. I'm a huge fan of this pick, and we are going to see it coming in. Renji looking to throw a little bit of a spanner in the works as well.
Yeah, the introduction of Ollie is actually a pretty curious one, all things considered. But I mean, the ability for him to traverse the map pretty quickly, whilst having quite a hefty pool of HP, is actually going to be quite a very solid opportunity for OK to maybe get the initial damage in and completely push through Weeball's defenses here if played right.
There's a lot that I'm a little bit concerned for Weeball. There's a lot of punish potential out of the Grey, but oh boy, yeah, that was something that I was maybe concerned about. The Daryl coming through, it is going to be locked in as a last pick. I mean, it's not a super strong meta pick at the moment, but his ability to just tank a lot of damage, gets a lot of power out, and it's obviously just that gap close means that if they line things up correctly, if they play their positions right, that all-in collapse is just going to be so terrifying. So positioning is going to be key here, as it is for the most part in every Brawl Stars match.
Exactly, yeah, and I mean, looking back at the maps as well, for Layer Cake, there is going to be a perfect opportunity for Daryl to really play around some of the corners, some of the positions for the close range.
Well, as we jump on into game one of the Road to Brawl Cup for South Asia is getting underway. That Blue Star contest. I mean, Carl, for the most part, that's the reason he is brought here, just because of that gadget. He's able to grappling hook in, get it nice and early and get that advantage. But guys are unfortunately not able to get that off the rip. You can see priority has been taken by OK. They can back themselves off. Just look to play it a little bit slow. There's a lot of jump potential out of Weeball if they want to pull that trigger.
Yeah, Weeball could really put a fair bit of a damage here, and just a coordinated push may be just the right play to go, but right now there's a lot of pressure coming around, and a lot of that cover as well being completely shut down, so all of that around the corner play is being absolutely taken away here.
Supers are stacking up. Gus and Daryl both having theirs. OK, do not have a super. Oh, and there you go. The jump bot into the back line of Daiki. Looking to pump out some big damage. But it's harsh to find the first opener. Renji goes down. Rajesh, he's going to look to jump on it. The power of the Janet with that new hypercharge coming in means that she has a lot more presence on the map. You need to be very careful. But 3-star advantage. Somehow that engage then gets turned around. And OK find themselves in a great little spot at the moment. But Hideki Hideaki does have that hypercharge up and ready to go. What a snipe there from Kaiser. Brajesh down. The Grey super out as well, so if Renji does potentially want to look for a play here, they can. King Fahim is going to use that to advance up the map with 30 seconds remaining. It is Weeball in an advantageous spot off the back of a brilliant Kaiser snipe.
Absolutely, yeah. Right now, Weeball just need to hold their position. Really, they can utilize Daryl as well to the absolute ultimate potential here. And there it is. There's the dive in. Unfortunately, he doesn't seem to be able to have enough range to keep on contesting further, but he does manage to make that trade happen. And this is exactly what is needed to keep up that positioning and that point advantage.
Brilliant little trade there. Rajesh from King Fahim looking to dive on in. 3 seconds left to try and steal one away, but there's no time. And the first round does go the way of Weeball. It got a little bit hectic there, I will admit. I thought for a moment that, there was potential that OK could have walked away, but look, you got to commend them. They hold their peace. They don't give up too much ground. They play around those supers, the hypercharges as well. And Weeball, I mean, I thought initially that they didn't go for that jump in onto the blue star. It might have cost them, but ultimately they bring it back.
Yeah, being able to really fight back away from that, and some of the early as well engagements actually are coming in quite big. A lot of damage taken. Kaiser deciding to actually go on a 1v1 crusade himself. In the meantime, a 2v2 King Fahim is trying to get some sort of damage going, but right now Daryl unfortunately does fall. Hideaki not really being able to get enough of that damage output really is going to be hurting that initial start for Weeball.
Yeah, it was a bit rough there. Hideaki looking to go deep with the Daryl super. Finds himself well overextended, fighting into both Fahim and Brajesh. Looking for a cheeky up there is Renji.
Wow.
But it set themselves up. 5-star advantage. Brajesh copping some punishment, but Kaiser just doesn't have the damage cycle. Great jump out in from Renji. Used that super well, and Brajesh going to do much the same. Backs himself off, keeps himself clear. Avoids the damage, but a great dive on in from Hideaki with the hypercharge as well, but he falls, unable to take down Fahim. And that advantage does just swing back. The slightest of margins, Kaiser feels the need to push up, has to pop the super just for that speed boost to get away. And now, super used by Renji. He's got the hypercharge out as well, but Hideaki, what a great jump in. Identifies the easy punish onto Renji. Gray, not the tankiest of brawlers in the state of the game at the moment. Renji's still holding that hyper. They've got Brajesh as well. Jumps on over the wall looking for Harsh in the back line. They're trying to make a big play, but Kaiser gets 1. 7 stars, but it's answered back. Finished off in the back line. Brajesh is looking to make big plays. Finds himself 2. Only losing the 1 in exchange. 17-11. And suddenly, OK, out the gate swinging.
Yeah, okay, absolutely locking it all down. And I was just about to say maybe the Oli pick was not particularly too ideal there for their playstyle, but they are realizing it just in the perfect way here. The amount of damage, the amount of HP that they're able to flex with as well is also something very impressive. And the agility as well that they brought on in was absolutely great. The Gus pick actually coming in quite rather huge, and I genuinely do enjoy seeing how OK actually managed to utilize it to the full potential.
Yeah, I mean, the new vitalization that Janet has received with that hypercharge, just being able to dive onto the backline rather for free. But it is going to go to that decider here. This set is already proving to be a rather interesting one. I mean, you can see what their game plan is for the most part from Weeball. Unfortunately, that last round, OK, just had everything up. Great hook onto Kaiser. Has to back himself off, just tucked in that alcove. But you can see Brajesh finds the line. Hideaki into the side. Unfortunately, baited out. Renji had the super up, darts away. Oh shit though, doesn't care. He's just going to start Renji out from range.
Yeah, perfect range opportunity here, and here comes Daryl as well, looking to put in some damage. The problem here, though, for Weeball is they need to keep on coordinating the pushes, because that second round cost them quite a lot, where they tried to just go for those solo pushes, and those did not pan out too particularly well. So, as of now, I'm looking at the this round so far. It's still up in the air as to who could come out the victor, but right now Weeball did set a really good pace. Hideaki, no, that's not the play that you want to make, and that gives away 2 of those stars. That's the last thing that Weeball needed.
Not just that, the 2 supers as well. King Fahim up in middle mat, looking to try and close out that chokehold. Blue star though for Weeball, so they will have that tiebreaker advantage if no further kills are found. Brajesh drops the base. In behind that wall, creates a bit of zoning. Great hook onto Kaiser, but there's no follow-up damage. Super's charged across the board. Hypercharges there as well. And Kaiser, Hideaki, they're looking to go on the offensive, jumping into the back line. Renji finds 1, but he's traded out immediately. So it's a 1-for-1. 7 stars now 9 as Brajesh gets involved. He's very deep. Kaiser very low, but they may have just pulled off the highest of the century. Wrong game mode, unfortunately, but it's much of a muchness at this stage. That is likely all that OK will need, unless somehow Hideaki can close the gap, find a big kill, but he's taking so much punishment. Harsh it. And Kaiser there. Renji jumps in deep to get the kill in the end. And OK, pull off the reverse sweep here on the bounty. Can they isolate Renji? They can, but they still need 2 more even to equalise. And OK, pull out a massive upset there to reverse sweep out the map. Weeball, I think they're going to be spewing a little bit there. That was rough.
Yeah, that was definitely rough. And I mean, look, the Janet plays as well were absolutely outstanding there. I have to say, from OK Team, the way how they managed to just keep up that pressure, and the hook plays as well, like you've highlighted during the match itself, was absolutely, look, it was a genuine pleasure to see how that really played out. So you can see that, look, yep, things are still a little bit slightly sour for Weeball, but not everything is lost yet, but definitely a bit of a point of concern, I have to say, given that the way how Weeball played out in that second and third round definitely felt a little bit less organized as much as we probably hoped to see comparative to what we've seen in the round one.
Yeah, look, it definitely felt there was maybe a little bit of a disconnect after that first round from Weeble. I mean, Hideaki was pushing it on his own, Kaiser pushed it on his own. There wasn't really a huge amount of synergy in terms of when they committed those supers, those hypercharges as well. So look, maybe going into the hot zone, Ring of Fire, they obviously get on the same page, make sure that they're doing everything together, make sure they're a little bit more coordinated, because there's a lot you can do in the draft to set yourself up for success, especially with what we saw. People weren't quiet, they didn't just get completely rolled over, they played a very good game one, it was very scrappy games 2 and 3, so it wasn't like it was a complete blowout, it was fairly heavily contested. Unfortunately, it was just okay, it was the one that came out on top in the end.
Yeah, with Ring of Fire, I'm curious to see what sort of lineups will be brought out for that, because I mean, obviously brawlers like Frank, like Rosa will be quite potent to just keep on being that damage sponge, to just keep on absorbing damage whilst contesting the zone. On top of that as well, Sandy, Ems as well will be a very effective zone managers as well. So there's a lot of things that can really go into this. The problem being is that with Ring of Fire, lack of cover will make things very, very vulnerable for anything long range.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking for that big beefy frontliner, so I think there is potential for, I mean, we saw a lot of the Chuck coming in last year, the old choo-choo train, but yeah, obviously that big beefy frontliner. We did see a little of the Meg as well, so pretty standard is just a big heavy frontliner, someone that can play, that heavy hitting melee champion. We did see a couple of different options, honestly. We did see even the Kit the Miko coming out, a lot of Larry Laurie. So there was a lot of diversity in the drafts coming into the Ring of Fire. I'm interested to see how South Asia looks to interpret.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a great opportunity to really maybe even try to spice things up, go for a few more of the off-meta picks. I mean, look, from what we got to see, even the usage for somebody like Janet for the mobility to keep up the disruption has actually worked out just the wonders here. So I'm curious to see how the rest of it will really pan out here.
Well, Draco banned out, Juju, Berry, B, Lou, and well, I mean, look, pretty stock standard at the moment in terms of rounding out that ban phase. I mean, look, there potentially even arguments could be made for something like the Meg, Frank coming out, just something that can sit there very, very hefty in the front line. I mean, Chuck, like I said, has been played. Chester even saw a lot of love out of Asia as well, but the Piper coming in, I'm not totally surprised, honestly. It was a pretty intense pick on the whole from last year in terms of zone control. Sorry, not Piper, Amber. I'm getting my long range threats here. Amber, just a huge amount of zone control, so nothing really surprises me there.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the overall sort of set of choices here for what we could see, OK, go with their pick, and I mean, something even like an Ashe pick could be a pretty solid choice here, all things considered, for them to bring out, with just the tank and aerial denial combo. But the sole problem with that, though, would be, the high burst teams that can just delete Ashe before he engages. So, OK here will probably need to really make a play about how do they really counter the burst damage, because I'm already seeing, the Stu pick as well, which is going to be quite a problematic one if we do get into some of these, tight corridors.
I mean, the Pico is a bit of support for the Stu, who is going to be looking to get up in the face as one of those pretty heavy-hitting assassins. I mean, we saw a bit of the BB last year. There were definitely options. I mean, look, you could go for something like a Frank Byron if you're OK. You've got a huge amount of zone potential from the Amber. I definitely think that there is an argument to be made for it. Potentially something along... I mean, you could go for those marksmen, looking for a little bit of damage. Okay, so it's going to be the Max instead, looking for a little bit of that gap close, just that extra mobility to get up in the face. I definitely think there is some room for some tankiness in rounding out the draft. I think for the most part, for OK, it's a shame that Draco is banned. I think that would have been a pretty solid pick to round out the top, but unfortunately, not an option.
Yeah, I would be curious to see maybe even something like a Frank pick here, really, for Brajesh, given that, yeah, with Max, he would synergize pretty well. And, I mean, all things considered, Max at his current point is actually going to be very potent. But instead, we actually get a Griff choice from OK as the final one.
Okay, so they are just looking for a lot of gap, or a decent amount of gap close out of Max for Fahim, and then of course a decent amount of burst and zone control. So yeah, look, I think Weeball are going to have to play this positioning very carefully. It's all very good at punishing Stu, and the Pico of course as well. Weeball, yeah, I don't think you can afford to go a tank here. You are probably just going to have to invest in that all-out fight. I mean, there's arguments that could be made for potentially something along the line. Okay, look, you know, my ideas are clearly not as big brain as theirs, because they've got a game plan, and it's Mr. P.
Yeah, the Mr. P choice is a curious one, given that, you know, with his sort of utility here as a controller, he can do still quite a fair bit of damage. Matter of fact, actually, his win rate in the hot zone is actually not feeling too hot either. About 47% across the line within just this year has been look, a little bit lackluster, to say the very least. But overall, I reckon there's still a great potential for that. And you know, the home base for the Robo Porters as well is going to be a good opportunity here for Mr. P to really put the dent.
Look, I think it's a case of, again, that South Asian meta coming to form. It's going to be an interesting one, but Kaiser, he wants to get in behind. If he can work about that left-hand lane, can set themselves up. But Hideaki looking to pump out that damage through mid, get a bit of control. There you go, Kaiser. Then in the flank, unfortunately for him, Renji on the Amber is going to do a lot to control, especially once those superstars come out. Stu dashing in and around, trying to find the back line. Brajesh jumps on it with the Max, but so much damage out of Hideaki that it will continue progressing the hot zone at the moment for them. I've got to wonder if this drift has quite worked out the way they want. Super is just already sent. He's just still sitting up that right-hand lane. Renji, great damage out of the Amber. That's exactly what you want out of the Amber, but unfortunately with Kaiser on the back line, this Stu's going to keep going to work. Shut down by Fahim. So they just clump up, spread that damage. The Hotel Porter's just going to be chipped away at. This is a great resurgence from OK. Unfortunately now, with Kaiser coming back off spawn, they will have the HP advantage and the momentum, I think.
Certainly so, and being able to still play around some of the cover corners as well, this is going to be potent. Renji does get traded out, all things considered, so this is still a phenomenal opportunity for Weeball to really put a dent here and really halt the play. Kaiser still manages to get the kill before falling to Renji, so overall, I gotta say, so far Weeball are keeping a pretty good contention here.
I mean, this is why she was such a staple pick. Amber is just so strong on Ring of Fire, just being able to control mid side lanes as well. Once that super is up, she's very hard to deal with. And so Weeball going to struggle just a little bit here to regain that control. Renji playing a very good game at the moment. Working their way up there, get some decent chip out as well. A good flank here from Kaiser could really ruin the day of OK. Jumps on in, looks for the first find. Brajesh jumping on very deep, aggressively finds Renji as well. And the momentum shift is severe. Weeball just had the momentum there, and they will take the first round of Hot Zone.
We just got onto that half of the capture for OK, and Weeball already managed to really shut it all down, which was an absolutely phenomenal turnaround, really, for them. Looking back at that matchup, and yeah, that ending to the round was definitely one way to put sort of the nail into the coffin for the momentum in that first round.
Yeah, look, I don't know how much the speed zone necessarily does for guys. I assume that, look, you're getting yourself into position a little bit earlier. Harshit as well is just going to look to clear some of that gap. Just being able to dish out punishment. Fahim has a great flank. He's done great damage here. Onto the Mr. P. Kaiser has to jump back in to try and assist the team, but you look at it, it's a full wipe there on the Weeball. Harshit off spawn, might be able to find Fahim. Getting some damage out, but the healing starts up. Keeps him alive. Oh, he's just going to escape. That's cheeky. The healing starts up. Super is up and available, and he's just going to walk himself away again. he's out. That's criminal. How has he gotten away there?
Yeah, absolute criminal and a heist that's really being pulled away here. Okay, actually kicking things off really, really well, and I have to commend them for just being able to hold on to the zone so well. Hideaki is trying to just keep himself in the play, but he really wants to get into some of the fights and unfortunately has to forfeit the zone quite frequently, and that opens up the opportunity for OK to start destabilizing, because a lot of these Weeball players are separated away, and just a single burst of damage will be able to do quite a fair bit of a swing in terms of momentum.
I mean, Hideaki as well, big hypercharge there to get Kaiser back up to full HP and back in the fight. Speed zones drop, so Kaiser could look to close that gap onto range, but it's big damage coming out, duck and dive, and unfortunately for him, Amber just hitting too hard, and Hideaki missed opportunity getting that damage out. Might look for the assist here onto Fahim, and will secure it. Now trying to set Kaiser up for a big play. Rajesh into the middle, can't take on two. Now Renji finds himself isolated alone, but it's an Amber. So a lot of damage coming out, but the same can be said from Kaiser on the stew, and Weeball answer back with a very decisive map, not letting a reverse sweep even become remotely an opportunity.
Absolutely, yeah, this was a very, very solid turnaround, really, and Mr. P as well coming in pretty big. We did question that pick a little bit before, but look, I mean, all things work out, and it is unfortunate for King Fahim as well with his choice. Just things didn't really pan out too particularly well there for the Griff choice, and it honestly felt like, in terms of the HP pool, really OK, were, well, looking pretty OK, but it's the problem that I think in terms of the overall consistent damage output, it's where Weeball really came out quite successful.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Stew pick with the support of the Pico as well was always going to be a pretty rough matchup, just because that's a huge amount of sustain to give someone like a Stew. Yeah, look, I rate the Amber pick. It does a lot in terms of zone control. Is going to completely punish someone if they're out of position. But unfortunately, they just, yeah, a lot of damage, but not nearly enough follow-up to, I think, make it a real scary comp, just because of how much mobility Stew has, how much sustain they have out of the Pico, and then of course just Mr. P being the absolute menace that he is at all times. It was a rough match for OK, but we tie up the series 1-1, and that's why we have a third map. So there is potential that OK still walk out of this, but so far Weeball have regained very impressively.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a rough one. Going into Bell's Rock as well, things are looking to get even spicier because, I mean, to be fair, Bell's Rock does, in some capacity, feels very similar to how Layer Cake can really play out, albeit, again, different game mode that is knockout, and things are panning out to be, you know, quite heavy in terms of the burst potential here, I reckon, because, I mean, the L-shaped walls to create the choke points, we have the sparse bushes to offer limited concealment, so you can't really play off the back of that element of surprise for the push. So a lot of those initiatives will be already shown from the very get-go. But I mean, overall, I'm looking at this, you know, Bell, Byron could be potentially a pretty decent picks, all things considered. I'm looking at potentially even something like you know, Return of Grey, maybe Mortis as well for maybe some agility plays here. Even the Janet pick, honestly, from still looking back at that Layer Cake as well, that was a huge pick really for OK. That honestly managed to destabilize quite a lot of potential big plays that Weeball tried to pull off in the second and third round, but ultimately couldn't really.
I mean, look, yeah, I think there is room for it. Unfortunately, given the knockout format, it can be punished a little bit heavily if you pick something like the Janet. You don't want to be overcommitting too heavily. So, look, the Gene ban does not surprise me at all. Neither does the Grey. I mean, from what we've been seeing so far, most of this is making a lot of sense. The kit has just been hugely punishing. Kenji just gets away with a lot for free in the knockout. And, of course, look, Mr. P, yeah, problem, but Gene as well, yeah, pretty high priority, especially coming into the Bell's Rocks. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest whatsoever. So it's going to be interesting to see. I would imagine there's probably going to be some priority around the throwers. Berry comes to mind, but Tick, another great thrower at the moment, has the opportunity to dish out a huge amount of punishment and control those lanes.
Yeah, look, I'm keen to see how Tick will really be able to played this one out because, yeah, like you mentioned, throwers will have basically a field day really here in terms of how to really shut things down. Maybe again something like a stew pick could still work out pretty well. Curious to what is going to be the choice in terms of the tanks, because we already got to see, you know, the introduction of Ollie as well, with the introduction of Griff and a few others, and it's been a bit of a sort of an on and off opportunity here, but as a result we do actually get to see a Gus pick on the side of Brajesh, and honestly I don't hate it. That's a pretty solid pick.
Yeah, we met one. It was pretty solid. Going into Bell's Rock, there is potential. Melody. Yeah, that was the one brawler that I was really thinking could potentially make its way through. APAC loves this brawler on the Bell's Rock just because of the collapse potential. As soon as you see an opening, she starts flying up one of those side lanes, and the collapse is just insanely brutal. So timing is going to have to be very key. Positioning is going to have to be very key. And the answer from Weeball, not quite sure, honestly, where they go. They look for something that is probably going to survive the burst. I think that punishes them in overall damage output. You still need some range. You still need some threat. I mean, look, there could be arguments made for something like the Byron, just potentially play off something there, offer that little bit of sustain. But I think Gene, in the ideal world, Gene would have been my go-to mid. Look, okay, I don't hate it. Angelo in mid, those charge-up shots can do a lot of damage. So if they connect, suddenly you land a couple of those tick bombs, because so it's going to be tick mid playing, because obviously he's a thrower, he can impact both side lanes. I would imagine Angelo probably left-hand lane, just sending out those shots, controlling it, denying the Melody. It's going to be Angelo into Melody more likely than not.
Yeah, I'm curious to see actually how Angelo will really play it all out, because yeah, like you highlighted, quite a fair bit of range to really pull out, and I mean with the super having the, you know, being the poison cloud as well, it's we're gonna have a vast amount of the crowd control as well.
Okay, there's that front line that I was waiting for, and I mean it's a pretty solid pick, honestly. On the whole, Pearl has done a lot, especially in Asia Pacific. They do really like this pick. Provides a lot of front line, so and a decent amount of damage output as well. So okay, I think at the moment, OK find themselves struggling in the overall health pool. Yes, they have a huge amount of burst. They could really just front to back this, but look, I think they almost need to just double down and commit to even more damage threat.
True, yeah. Well, I mean, seeing as Pearl,
Maple,
really
there you go.
Yeah, there you go, yeah. But yeah, with Pearl, I mean, at the moment, that brawler actually does actually boast a pretty nice win rate globally for the knockout as well, 65%. So, I mean, there's definitely a good reason for the introduction of him. So, look, I'm keen to see how OK and Weeball will really be able to play it all out, because I feel like this one is going to be a really sweaty one.
Yeah, look, going into Bell's Rock, it saw a lot of play in the Asia Pacific tour, so I'm not surprised that we're seeing these picks, because they mirror much of what we were seeing. The tick, not so much. I think a lot of other throwers were sort of prioritized over the tick, but it's not a bad pick by any stretch of the imagination. They've got some clear, but yeah, Meeple coming in definitely could throw a little bit of a spanner in the works here. Just being able to enable that Gust with the super does mean that you then got a little bit more to worry about.
There's the setup as well for quite a fair bit of damage to really bring on out. Harsh is looking to really set himself up on mid here too, and well, with Tick, yeah, it's at the moment it's a bit of a careful play, but that Gust choice is actually getting quite aggressive.
How is Brajesh just been allowed to take up so much priority in the mid lane? I wouldn't have thought that. Wow. They find the first kill onto Hideaki. They're looking for the second. King Tahim on this Meeple coming in. And all of a sudden, it's poor Hashik in the back line. This Tick with all to do and no room to do it in. Yeah, that's a rough kick. And look, he does get the super up at the very least.
Still, though, I mean, what we were projecting to be actually a pretty potent opportunity here for any sort of, you know, area setup was completely nullified, really, by OK. And as it stands, Weeball might be in a bit of a trouble if they keep on faltering here, as again, well, the health advantage at least is still there in favor of the Weeball roster.
And the Tick as well, having the hypercharge up and available. It's interesting. It's interesting. I mean, look,
Wow.
the Melody should not be getting away with as much as they are. Unfortunately, there are ways to deal with it, especially in this mid lane, but for some reason, it's not going the way ideally it should.
Yeah, Melody right now is actually being able to get quite a fair bit of ground. I mean, that's a fair bit of a pushback as well coming out from OK. And finally, they're looking to get it into a bit more of a fight and, well, lock things down. Yeah, things could get rather dicey here. But unfortunately for OK, no damage output just yet, as Ultimate does, well, yet to come through. Renji actually very low on HP, and this is a forfeiture from OK in round 2.
I mean, we've all played it slow. Methodically, they wait and just bide their time. And I mean, yeah, look, in those close quarters, they've got a lot of AoE damage. If they can connect the damage that they did, which we saw. So, yeah, it goes very well. I think that the ideal situation for OK, they get a chip damage, they allow Brajesh to cut in deep and punish. But, yeah, I think this is a brilliant answer. That's rough for Hideaki. Luckily, there's not a huge amount of threat. They're super not available for him, so they're not going to dish out the punishment further. Harshet off the back of that will regain a little bit of priority on that right-hand lane. Brajesh taking some big damage now. If they can isolate him, finish him off, that would be an easy collapse.
Yeah, that would be a phenomenal opportunity here, but thankfully for him, the heals are coming back. Renji's actually getting very, very aggressive, spotting that Hideaki and Kaiser are pretty low on HP, so in return from OK, this could be a huge opportunity for the collapse.
Oh, the Maple Mansion down. Hideaki in trouble. Super pop, and they're just going to start chipping away at him. But great super response from Harshet, and that gas is starting to close in. Brajesh was looking for the dive, but Hideaki up in the front line finishes him off, looking for more. The wall break. Kaiser finishes off Fahim, and Renji popped into the gas by Harshet. That's a rough gig. That is unfortunate. And look, it is the first round taken. I think we've all looking very solid at the moment.
Oh yeah, we're all certainly looking like they've figured out the overall pacing here and how to really take on the OK roster. It seems like the beginning of the engagement here has been a pretty consistent from OK. They are able to, you know, keep on isolating, keep on pushing back with ball, but it's the problem is the contention of those choke points, and this is where it feels like, you know, the brawlers like Tick are actually coming in quite rather big as well, with just the overall amount of like just damage coverage really.
Oh, they are stuck at a choke point.
Wow.
One good Meeple's Mansion. Luckily, they'd spaced out. It's only Hideaki caught. They are going to get some great damage back onto Fahim, who has to rotate well deep to get those heals off. Brajesh does have the super up and available as well. And when Melody starts rolling, things get very, very scary. Charge shots from Kaiser connecting onto Renji. Only gets the one, so the heals will come off Fahim. Working up that left-hand lane. Trying to find space for the team. It's all about enabling Brajesh. If they can get him in position, he can really pop off. But they've just got so many damage threats. Great mansion there onto Hideaki. Stuck in the mid lane. Brajesh, though, not able to pull that trigger. Just too much response damage coming up.
Harsh as well being able to back up Hideaki as well does mean that he is able to keep on pushing, but in comes the big brawl. The zone is starting to shrink, and this means that, yeah, already with first elimination is out, yeah, okay, are not looking too good, but Renji needs to stay alive, and actually he gets to contest against Kaiser for a smidge. For a moment, it did look like maybe a clutch opportunity was a miracle, but no, that was not the case.
Yeah. Unfortunately, in those tight quarters, it can get a bit dicey. Time and time again. Kaiser again, hypercharge up and available. Should be fine for the moment. A lot of zone threat coming out. I mean, they're playing a 0-2-2, and there you go, Brajesh with a hypercharge in the back line, looking for a deep dive, but he's well overextended. An easy kill here, and it's picked up by Kaiser, and now the overmatch is there. Okay, in a lot of trouble. It was a bold play, it was an audacious play, but we ball read it, they clump up and punish him, and yeah, just being stuck in a rough situation on a brawl that was always going to struggle here.
Indeed it is, yeah, and with barely much of the HP as well there to play with, things are looking more and more dire here for the OK roster. Like you said, the play there was great for Melody, but unfortunately no backup meant that it was just a very quick burst down, and that is it. That is all that could have been set there, and Renji falls, and that is Weeball coming out the victor here.
Big series from them. They absolutely play out of their minds to close out the series. It was a great draft. Gave them a lot of control, great amount of punish as well. So, yeah, look, unfortunately, the Melody, while once good, not nearly as strong as it once could have been. I don't know. It was a bold strategy. It was always going to be a bold strategy, and unfortunately, it doesn't pay out for them the way they want. And in the single elimination bracket, it is all the more important, especially as we have a look at it now. And look, it's only one game down, but you can already see how things are going to start to progress in this bracket. Look, if the games are going to be this hotly contested, it's going to be interesting to see how closely contested the rest of our series are going to be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm curious to see between now Blinks and Arise who will be the one to contest Weeball as well, given that this is a pretty ruthless competition as well. If you do lose, that's it. That's your run basically done and dusted for the most of it, really. Honestly, for this coming matchup, I'm curious. I'm curious to figure out whether it is going to be Arise or whether it is going to be Blinks.
Well, let's get into our first team. Blinks coming into this competition. Trashan, Yash, and Ash King. Some names that did make their appearance in the Asia Pacific tour towards the end of last year. Ash coming in. I mean, look, it was rough. Playing on ping for this Indian-based team was always going to be a bit of a rough time, but they gave it absolute guts. They tried their darndest, but going into a situation where you're playing on much more favourable ping, they should be looking a little bit more comfortable. Their opponents, though, Arise coming into this. Look, again, playing out of India, some less known names in this team, but it's those unknown teams that can sometimes cause the biggest upsets.
Absolutely. Looking back as well at the previous qualifier run, it was Arise that unfortunately came in 7th, whereas the roster of Blinks actually came in, I believe that was actually the 3rd place for them. So still a pretty formidable turnaround there for them. And I'm curious to see so far how will they really be able to perform, because we already got to see Weeball, the first place coming out of the qualifiers, at the end really figure out the overall pacing against their opponents and being able to shut them down. I'm curious to see whether that similar sort of trend will be able to translate here into this, what seems to be a bit more of a closer matchup.
I mean, Trash coming into this roster as well, having that World's Final experience is going to be absolutely invaluable in coming into it. And of course, it is going to be the same maps here for at least the quarterfinals for the most part. I mean, look, it does give you a nice, solid base to work with, start from, gets you very familiar with what's going on. But at least for me, Blinks definitely coming into this as the clear favourites. Arise very much have an uphill battle ahead of them.
Oh yeah. For Arise, things are looking a little bit, scary is the best way to really describe it. I mean, remembering the run as well, they were playing against the roster that was named the Saints Devil, the Kazakhstani representatives. They were able to absolutely slam dunk 3-0 back on the at the beginning of February. So going into this, I'm curious if there's going to be any sort of pushback, but ultimately, this does also still have an even bigger opportunity here to just completely snowball this out of control into one side.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think there is potential for a runaway, but look, again, it's those unknowns that can definitely be the most damaging if you're not careful. And for a team like Blinks, getting caught unaware, throwing yourself off on the back foot can be very tough to come back from. Yes, look, they should be on paper the better team of the two, given the players' individual history and experience. But in a best of one format, in a single elimination format in the best of 3, this is where upsets can happen and they become all the more devastating.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is where this actually matters even more, really, with quite a fair bit of prize money, with the progression points as well. So there's quite a lot on the line really here for each one of the rosters, really. So I'm curious to see how this will really play out, specifically Layer Cake, as it did set a pretty interesting pace for us before. Straight off the bat, though, I missed the P ban to come out from Blinks and Arise, it seems.
Yeah, both teams banning out the Mr. P and the Hank. They've been very prevalent in the international scene. Barry and Lou as for the only unique bans from these two teams. Barry makes a lot of sense, just a crazy brawler all around for the most part, and Lou very strong at the moment as well. So look, unfortunately, despite what fans might want to see out of Southeast Asia and South Asia, I think Hank unfortunately is going to struggle to make its way through the ban phase, but Juju comes in for Sky's End to start things off.
I mean, remembering looking back at even the the competitions from the other regions, Juju was one of the highest picked brawlers during the South Americas as well, and she managed to make quite a lot of an impact for the overall competition. So understandably here, Juju would be sitting nice and comfy for the picks, I reckon, at least for the bounty play.
Yeah, I mean, you'd imagine so. It's going to be pretty standard. The RT is the response from Yash, a big favourite out of Asia Pacific last year as well. Very, very strong. And Gene,
Okay.
I mean, look, it offers a lot of sustain with those puffs. I'm assuming that's probably the star power that we're going to see out of Trash, plus the hook potential as well, plus the hypercharge where everyone is just getting hooked. And yeah, this is a very strong pick, especially played through mid on Layer Cake as well. I think there is a very, very quick potential, very real potential for Arise to just find themselves swept out of game one quickly.
Yeah, the RT combination with Gene is actually looking to be quite potent, I reckon. I mean, given the opportunity for RT to be able to, use his the super to split into two, should be able to really put quite a fair bit of a dent in there. And then with Gene being, the absolutely solid controller that it is, look, there's a great amount of power here to introduce. But on the side of Arise, the introduction of Janet, I mean, we got to see from OK what was technically an underdog battle initially. The Janet pick was actually a pretty solid, all things considered.
Yeah, look, I do rate it, and I think it's looking like it will be a very, very strong, consistent pick in the meta for at least the next wee while, depending on how those patch notes turn out. But in terms of rounding out drafts, like Bounty, Stu, again, not the worst pick. We've seen already a little bit of priority so far in the draft, but it does give them a little bit of flexibility, a little bit more backup for the Janet in terms of that aggression, or even just the instigator. Then it's the Janet coming in to back up. So for Blinks, it still feels like they are lacking a little bit in the damage department. Yes, RT pumps out a lot. Gene does a decent amount, but it may be something that is just going to be that ultimate nail in the coffin. We'll have to see.
Yeah, see, my problem here right now, I'm looking at this overall lineup, and in terms of the health pool that we are looking at here from Arise, things are not looking particularly too potent. I mean, a relatively smaller-ish sort of pool for HP to play with, and if Blinks do end up making things work, look, this could be a dangerous one, especially now that Sprout has been introduced.
Yeah, I don't hate the Sprout. Offers a little bit more extension, a little bit more in terms of kiteability. It is going to be a little bit harder for Arise to close that gap and ultimately jump on in like they're going to be looking to do. Plus, obviously, just being able to lock down avenues once that super comes online. I think Blinks have answered with the very, very solid final pick there. It's going to be tough for Arise, that much is for certain. They're going to have to play their positioning cleanly. Otherwise, they could find themselves caught out very quickly. All of a sudden, Blinks are just rolling over them. So Arise definitely have a tough match on their hand to start things off. Blue Star in the middle. You can already see Blinks making their way on through. Trash paying respects to his former team in Revenants, but it's Valiant. He's going to take the Blue Star. Survives with 25 HP and a dream.
Yeah, that is a rough beginning here for Arise. Straight off the bat, bullied off the middle point and not really being given a lot of really ground to play around with. And despite the fact that they've introduced the Sprout as well, things are a little bit dangerous here.
I mean, brilliant setup, the speed zone into the drop to base as well, so they zone out any sort of follow-up that would have come potentially from Blinks. And yeah, that Sprout going to work, trying to pressure as much as possible. So you've got to be careful here. If you step too far out, you'll be in a world of hurt. Just the sheer collapsibility that is available to this team. But yeah, playing it smart, playing it slow. You don't want to give away too much.
Slowly but surely, chipping away. Only one star advantage so far between the two rosters, but man, it feels like it's just so much ground has been taken away.
Ash with the Sprout takes down his counterpart, I suppose, of the Juju. Also throw it. The Valiant back up. His Gregory's going to be working its way up the middle of the map, but it's cleaned out really quick. Does get just the one pin off into Ash, but hypercharge up now and 2 supers to boot. So this is a very well stacked Blinks team. They don't need to force the issue, they can play next year. It's Skies and jumping in, but off as well. He's now in a world of trouble, no support whatsoever. As they are just going to make the smart call, back off, don't waste this opportunity they have. It's a lead, but it's a lead nonetheless, and even with that one pick going holding for now, Juju just throwing up over that wall, getting some great damage out. Skies does have the super, can look to jump on in, but he cops a big shot from Brawl. Sophia taken down on the tail end of that fight as well, so just make sure that Blinks are well comfortable in that lead and they keep it pretty calm and collected, honestly.
Yeah, true. Albeit, look, I gotta say that last 10 seconds of that round definitely looked a little bit on the sweatier side. A few of the nerve-wracking points here and there, given just how much ground has been given up, and they were just trying to hide away behind the last remaining few crates. But no, overall, this has been actually a really for Blinks, and yeah, the overall lineup that they've been bringing out is actually
that's
phenomenal.
very cheeky from Valiant. Sneaks up, finds the pick onto Ash. To get a heck of a lot in terms of follow-up. I mean, Valiant has been playing this Juju very, very well, playing around the elemental differences on those attacks. Just a bit of range here from the grass. Just playing those outer limits over that unbreakable wall. Now Trash on the Gene is just what Gene does best. Covers some of the damage. Valiant are going for it again. I think they've read into it here, so I don't know if they're going to be able to pull off the same cheeky play. Just being able to sneak on through, but Brawl and Trash at a choke point. Skies and can't follow up, doesn't have the health pool he needs.
There was an opportunity to really isolate one of the brawlers from Arise, but for Blinks, I don't think they managed to really make that emphasis happen. Yash is taking quite a fair bit of damage as well, but needs to be very careful. The push does come on through the grass as well. His position is now nicely concealed too. As of now, Arise losing the ground, but still being able to push damage, and this has been, a consistent sort of talking point too.
Stuck in behind the corner, the elemental damage. Drop the base, nice speed zone set up. Massive pop there from Ash onto 2, in fact. And that is going to turn the tide once again for Blinks, who just caught the choke point with the Sprout up and available. Drops the super, cuts it off in that left-hand lane. So they're going to try and work their way up the right. Valiant going to be leading that charge on the Juju. Skies and up through the middle has the super available, looking for something. But he's absolutely evaporated by Yash. Well, this is quickly turning on its head. Blinks, they look a little bit uncomfortable in the first one, but come the second here for the bounty, they answer back in kind. Trash finds himself yet another. They are just ripping through. 10-5 as Blinks take it pretty cleanly in 2 to put themselves up a map advantage.
Map advantage as well. Yeah, look, Blinks are coming in absolutely swinging and proving that, this is why they managed to really come out into that top 4 to in that qualifier to push themselves into the higher seed as well. But yeah, look, they managed to really shut it all down. The Sprout choice has been an absolutely phenomenal, all things considered, and unfortunately for the Arise roster, look, whilst everything was in terms of the damage output was looking great, it's the health pool I feel that really betrayed them overall, and even the attempt at the repush didn't really pan out as best as they hoped it would be.
Yeah, I think ultimately it comes down to Blinks play draft very well. A lot of people probably would have said that the Sprout was a throw, but we saw how impactful it was. Just the supers coming up, just cutting off key choke points. I mean, at one point that first round, Valiant was just completely locked off from the rest of his team. Didn't have support. Yeah, look, to be fair, Blinks didn't have the HP pool to be then committing from. We saw at the end of that second round, just completely shuts off that side of the map. They've got to then focus around on the right, and you've got a thrower who's pumping out massive damage. You've got a Gene who's doing massive AoE damage. So yeah, I think the Sprout was a pretty heads-up play from them. I don't think it works in every situation in that matchup, but it worked for them when they needed it.
Yeah, in that very situation, he certainly worked out perfectly for that game plan that they really brought on out. Because yeah, let's face it. I mean, Sprout. Yeah, not the most ideal choice, not the most meta choice, but like we highlighted, this is South Asia. This is a region with almost its own meta really here, and we are getting the full extent of it, honestly. So I'm all for it. On the side of Arise, though, look, I have to say, after an absolutely phenomenal warm-up match that we had between OK and Weeball, the Arise roster certainly feels a bit on the less flashy.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Juju, I did a lot of work for that team, if I'm being honest, just having the right in the Elemental allowed her to just walk up, cross that gap, get back into the grass, and really just punish Blinks there. And I think off the back of that, they could have had a lot of success. Unfortunately, the Janet Stu didn't feel like they did a heck of a lot. Ultimately, Stu just couldn't get through the damage, couldn't get through the kite that was coming out of Blinks. But as we turn our attention to map 2 in this set, of course, Ring of Fire for Hot Zone. New draft does give it a rise, other opportunities to potentially bring out something that would give them the opportunity for a win and take us to Bell's Rock. But you look at it, Blinks just held it down. They were calm, cool, and collected. Even when they were under the pump, when Arise were up in their face in that first round of the map, they hold it down. They don't get too over eager. They don't blow what advantage they did have. They just hold it down. They get it done. And that's exactly what you want from a team like this.
Absolutely. And I would be expecting, going into the Ring of Fire, I would be expecting something like a Gene ban as well to start straight away come around from the Arise roster, given just the potency that did come out during the layer cake as well. So going into this, look, maybe I would imagine some sort of an introduction, maybe a Gray, maybe a Gus pick once again to keep it nice and stable to what we've seen already before from OK and Weeball. My question, I suppose, is going to be whether will Blinks really bring out some sort of another out-of-pocket pick for them, or whether we are going to be sticking to relative meta straight away, Mr. P, to be brought in. Despite the fact that I do see straight away the Frank ban, which is, hurts a little bit. Frank, definitely one of my personal favorites, and still yet to see him perform here.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think going into the Hot Zone, it's probably a smart play. Mr. P just offers a lot in terms of just constant threat. Oh, okay, the Lola Janet combo coming out. Lola, again, receiving love in the form of a hypercharge is going to be looking like a very interesting pick to see how she rounds out into the meta. But, I mean, we saw a lot of the Amber on the Ring of Fire Hot Zone last year, and then obviously into our last Ring of Fire this tournament. Unfortunately, it doesn't feel like it pairs phenomenally with Arise's setup at the moment. Again, I think they just struggle a little bit in terms of overall health. They do have a lot of range. That is their benefit. It is going to be taken away by Blinks immediately. Ash King is going to pick up that Amber. They just have a lot of zoning, a lot of control going into this, and Arise are going to have to play their positioning once again very well.
Yeah, remembering the Amber from just the previous matchup, the sheer ability to just in a solo play to destabilize one singular position with the sheer damage output has been absolutely phenomenal. And given the fact that Amber is not particularly the most frequently picked brawler, she has a lot of potential. And then yeah, there we go, Gus to round out for Blinks. I'm excited for this.
Carl as well. I mean, having that flying hook gadget, just being able to get into the Hot Zone nice and early. Juju definitely feels like it could have done a lot of work on the map, but again, do you want to risk potentially just being jumped on and demolished? I mean, to be fair, I think while yes, the grass enables that extra range, I think Amber potentially is going to do a little more. To be fair, I think the mix is just very, very good. They've got a lot of zoning, they've got a lot of control. While yes, the Juju does well, I just don't think there's enough follow-up to enable the push onto the zone. So for the most part, Arise are really just going to struggle to survive a lot of the output that Blinks is going to have available to them.
Yeah, one would hope to see that maybe Janet would be able to do something here, but yeah, ultimately, I feel like a lot of the problems here, at least, is that stemmed back in their first round of games back on the layer cake, was the fact that they just didn't really pick into a little bit more tanky sort of comp, which did end up sacrificing a lot of the opportunities for them. Now going into this one, I am curious to see how this round 2 on Ring of Fire will really pan out, given that, yeah, like you highlighted, Blinks do certainly have the comp advantage in terms of just the overall synergy.
Well, the voices in my head, they counsel me, they understand, they say we had a spectator bug, unfortunately, so we are just going to be getting that sort of before we get into it. I mean, look, it's a quick bug, thankfully, and you can already see, yeah, this draft is just outranging for the most part. They've got so much damage. And while, yes, it does offer early priority to Arise, they just don't have the HP. Valiant is going to have to defensively super out there. Sky's in as well, taking so
Look
much
at that damage.
There is
from
just
Gus.
an insane amount of range threat from this Blinks draft that, yeah, look.
Yeah.
The Carl, in
This is-
theory, is good. Has the ability to gap close, does a lot of damage up in the face. Does not have the survivability or tankiness to survive that initial damage. The Kite is just too strong.
Look at that damage from Yash, though. The Amber is absolutely unrelenting, not even allowing a single bit of the progression there at all. And yeah, that is going to be a lot of problems for Rise to really do even anything.
Yeah, look, they lack CC, and what they lack in CC, they just make up for in outright damage. There is absolutely no way to gap close into the just sheer amount of damage that Gus, Mr. P, and Amber offer. Ash is just going to sit there and face tank. It doesn't matter. They've already progressed the hot zone enough and taken the first round here. Look, I mean, this is exactly what Blinks' draft was meant to do. Between Mr. P, Amber, and Gus, they just sheerly outrange Arise. Yes, you can see what Arise are trying to do in terms of have Carl set up for a lot of the damage. You get Lola to come in and then try and finish it up. You've got Janet following. But there's just no way to survive through the damage output that is currently available to Blinks.
And the fact that that was a flank crossfire that has been set up between Yash, between Trashant as well. This has been a very difficult fight to really pan out with. And I mean, that previous scoreline, 100 to, what was it,
21. Yeah.
Or 21, yeah. That just basically spells the whole story. And even now, 19-3, and ticking even further towards Blinks. There's not much of a return on the investment here at all.
Yeah, drop the base is only going to do so much from behind that wall, especially given there are ways to clear it up. And, well, Ash is doing exactly what an Amber would do, which is setting fire. They do look for the opportunity. The Janet is diving deep, but there's just not going to be enough to finish off any one of Barrett. And the Ego helps secure a kill on the Yash, but yeah, look, I hesitate to call it lost at draft. But it definitely feels like that's the case here for Arise. They put themselves into such a hole against a team that is just going to outrange them in almost every step of the competition here. That is a rough spot to be in. All you can do, unfortunately, if you are Arise, is play it out and hope for the best. Unfortunately, they lose here. They're out of this monthly finals for South Asia, so the best is really just not very good at all.
Yeah, with Arise, having yet another person fall apart, really. Ash King will fall to the Janet pick, and so that is actually a pretty excellent wipe here, all things considered. So for Arise, they do get an opportunity to get a bit more of a return on the investment, but still 62 to now 52 and ticking. There's still quite a fair bit of time that needs to be covered before Arise will be even Steven on the scoreline, and just like that, the Amber comes in. The sheer amount of the damage output is absolutely ridiculous, but I say that though, Arise do look to potentially still put a bit of a dent into the performance of Blinks.
Yeah, I mean, look, what can you do in the face of such a solid draft and this much experience coming out of South Asia? I mean, these guys, for the most part, for Blinks, are just pillars of the South Asian Brawl Stars community. And to Arise's credit, they did make them work for it a little bit harder than potentially other teams would have. But yeah, Blinks come in, they draft what they want to, they identify clearly what the game plan was from Arise very early on, and they just draft a comp that punishes it. And you look at it, it punishes it brutally. 9 kills to his name off the back of that hot zone, and they just wiped Arise out there.
Oh yeah, and I mean, looking at as well at the damage numbers as well, Trashant as well coming in with over 109,000 damage as well, which is a big turnaround. Now for Blinks, they got their first matchup out of the way. They will be the ones to contest against Weeball, and honestly, I'm keen.
Yeah, and look, 2 matches, teams progress through into the semi-finals. Unfortunately, that also then means in a single elimination tournament, 2 teams have already gone home. So we are down by 25% on the teams that we started with. Going into what will be the remainder of the bracket as we have a look of it, I mean, Weeball taking on the Blinks in that first semi-final. It's going to be an interesting one, but on the whole, I'm excited to see how our other quarterfinals play out. When we come back after the break, we jump into that lower side of the quarterfinals.
Energy, energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy.
Well, it's been an interesting run so far. It's been an all-Indian derby up until this point, but South Asia does not just include India. In fact, we spread wide and far across not just India, but we've got teams coming in from Kazakhstan and Saudi Arabia as well. As we probably, I think we should have a look at the bracket at the moment and sort of see where we currently stand with the teams that are still in, the teams that are still remaining. There's definitely room for potential upsets, especially looking at our next match, High Quality Damage taking on 77. High Quality Damage being our Kazakhstani representatives, and then of course we've got the Saudi team and the Saudi and United Arab Emirates coming out at 77. So it is definitely going to be an international matchup, which it's going to be interesting. It's not a part of the world that we get to see a whole lot of. So again, we say that Southeast Asia has their own sort of meta that they've played for the longest time. It's going to be interesting to see how a Kazakhstani meta certainly plays out as we jump into our first matchup coming back from the break. High Quality Damage, Leroy, Bourne and Kari, question mark, coming in out of Kazakhstan. A lot of fans back in these guys coming into this matchup.
Oh yeah, look, the Kazakhstani roster back during the qualifiers actually came out the second place, so they are a very potent one as well. On top of that, the team that they are going to be versing in the 77 roster as well. That team just nearly missed out on that top 4 position, but look, they are looking to put in the dent. Look, honestly, the United Arab Emirates roster is looking to really put on the show, I reckon, for us.
Yeah, and of course that is our next roster, 77 coming in. And look, as much as I'd want to say, yes, I know these guys and I know what they're capable of, we are a little bit disjointed from the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia. M7D, HubG, and Post coming in to represent 77. There is potential. There is definitely some potential for shenanigans to ensue.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. The shenanigans indeed is going to be the case. Funnily enough, looking back at the qualifiers as well, 77 did unfortunately fall to Monarchy, whereas it was the roster of the high quality damage that actually put a dent onto the Arise roster that we just seen, unfortunately being eliminated. So I'm keen for this. I'm keen for this matchup because I feel like this is a full-on 3-mapper.
Look, there's definitely a little bit of potential. The big problem is potentially ping coming in. It's an issue we saw that the South Asia team struggled with a lot last year, especially through that APAC tour, playing into teams that were playing out of, I believe it was the Singaporean server at the time. And those ping difference, they were pretty brutal. But coming into this, you're looking at Kazakhstan, they're a wee bit away from the Mumbai server. Not as bad as, say, the UAE team. But coming into it, I think, for the most part, there is a lot that could definitely come into this. But yeah, Matt, vetoes exactly the same. They are going to be the same for every single one of our quarterfinals. We then change going into semifinals, and then change yet again going into the grand finals, of course. I mean, considering from what you've seen so far, any expectations from what we might see?
Oh, look, I'm curious to see how will the Kazakhstani roster really play it all out, given that we already got to see quite a fair bit of a bit of a spread in terms of the picks. We got to see, the Sprout, the Amber choice that became a very potent pick for Ring of Fire specifically. We got to see even the Tick to be brought out for Bellsrock, specifically for that, crowd control. Yet to see, something a little bit more closer towards what would be considered, the regular meta. But something like maybe even a Dynamite would be a pretty cool and awesome choice. A Surge would be something that I would be very much cherished to see, just because Surge in the right hands has a phenomenal opportunity and ability to really put a dent on the overall performance. And straight off the bat, actually, the Sprout is banned out from HQD.
Most banned, technically, because both teams banned it, is the Mr. P. Jin Juju as well for 77. No real surprises in terms of how we've seen that Mr. P already come through into the tournament.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, look, there is definitely room for some interesting picks coming through onto Layer Cake. I mean, I'm not expecting anything just insane, but look, crazy things do happen in the world of Brawl Stars.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to actually see some of the first picks to just give us a bit of more of a hint as to what's actually going to be the overall pacing here, because I mean, for high quality damage, they seem to actually be pretty knowledgeable about how to run their play. They're the second place team for a reason behind Weeball. So honestly, for them, they could really bust out what I would imagine, a very simple sort of very effective meta lineup and still be able to run it pretty effectively, all things considered. Something like, a choice of, Stu, line it up with somebody like maybe even a Gus, and round it up with maybe even a Janet. So, look, I'm keen. I'm keen to see how this will work.
I mean, from what we've seen taken away, it does speak to a potentially heavy engage type of draft, but again, it's one of those you can't really call it until we start to see those picks come through. I mean, the penny as well indicates to me that they are looking to just find a little bit more straightforward in terms of comps. I mean, high quality damage coming out of Kazakhstan again, pretty separated for the most part from South Asia, so I wouldn't have thought necessarily that it was a huge amount of overlap between the two, given server proximities for the most part. But there you go.
Ooh.
Straight into it. Lou,
Okay.
Janet, Tick, Grey, RT, the response. Yeah, they wanted to surprise us and make sure that everything came out straight away so that we could just stumble over our words talking. But yeah, look, so far, high quality damage, it's not a terrible draft. I think the Janet and Tick can do a lot on the map. The Lou, look, has seen a bit of priority. I do rate it as a brawler. There's a lot that he can offer to a team. If you can catch someone out with the brain freeze, it's a pretty easy collapse. Okay, all right. Look, again, teams having their own ideas of how to do things. Squeak coming out as well.
Yeah, the Squeak one. Look,
I think it's directly to answer the Tick, just because, you know, being able to control out the map just a little bit more.
That is true.
Yeah,
I
think that's the reason, but again, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I mean, the super damage as well from Squeak does deal quite a hefty amount as well here, so there is an opportunity for that quick burst of damage as well from that controller to really put in a bit of a dent from what we can see. But yeah, look, maybe the Tick onto Squeak, I mean, it even rhymes really, so I'm curious to see how that will really work out here for both of the rosters, though. In my understanding, HQD here have the favorites advantage here.
Oh, and PUBG immediately exploded. I don't think they trade effectively in the end, so 1-for-1, but it is an advantage that definitely does go 77's way off the back of it. High quality damage now put themselves in a bit of a spot. Kari taking some damage, does have that super up and available now. PUBG is really doing a lot to control this map through the mid lane, and it's a real problem. You need to be very careful with high quality damage as they step out of position.
Yeah, Squeak coming in actually pretty big here, providing a lot bigger of a coverage in terms of where to really make a play happen and how to really isolate it all. But it seems like it is an attempt for pressure to try to push the play on over onto the second half of the map. But unfortunately for HQD, things are not looking particularly too well, and that Squeak pick is actually working way better than the Tick.
Yeah, I mean, the zone control on this Tick, just offering a little bit more range, and while not guaranteed damage, the threaded damage I think is enough here out of the Squeak. So yeah, brilliantly drafted there in response to the Tick, just zoning him out a little bit. Yeah, unfortunately the Lou again can't find proximity to be able to get the freeze off at all, and RT super stacked up. They've got the Grey. Oh, what a hook there onto board. Forces them into a rough spot. Drop the base, ironically enough, just to try and give a little bit of gap. But it's rough to think high quality damage need to be the ones playing off the front foot. They need to be making the plays here to try and get the lead back from 77. But it's 77 being the aggressor in the situation. Ball on the Janet trying to find zone, but it's not going to happen. The hypercharge is there for M7D, so we'll be able to get out if he needs to. Yeah, and the fadeaway with the kill onto board as well. He's used it aggressively, in fact. I thought he dipped to the back side of the map. Finds himself 2 for his troubles. That was just utter domination out of 77.
Yeah, utter domination indeed. Yeah, 77 roster coming in quite really big with this sort of play for the HQD. Yeah, look, understandably a bit of a look of disappointment over that first round. Certainly means that, look, the boys will need to really reassess what they really and how they really need to play. But ultimately, this may be the case of, you know, the draft play has been ultimately just not the most favorable one.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, 77 do have the benefit of they are a little bit closer to that 1x7. What a hook on the board, and he's taken out immediately.
Wow.
M7D, look, it's not quite the Asia Pacific Grey special, but it's pretty darn close.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal play there to isolate the Janet play, and really didn't allow much. Matter of fact, actually a full-on aggressive pick and push from 77 to actually push into the land of HQD's defense. And yeah, this is a problem galore, as we still yet to find some points, though. Finally a trade does come on through, 4 stars each side, but man, for HQD it just genuinely feels like it's back foot onto the back foot onto the back foot.
Yeah, look, it was very aggressive from M7D. Unfortunately, just didn't have the team follow up. And when you're fighting into the entirety of high quality damage, it's going to be very hard. And there you go, another hook on the board. He's very low and finished off by PUBG. The Tick Super, the explosive head, follows it up. It's a 9-4 star lead. 77 playing this very well. Still playing this rather aggressively. And they should have the ping advantage here, just being that little bit closer. to the service than high quality damage, so you can understand that it is a little bit of a struggle. I mean, that is, I think, ultimately what enables the Grey. When you are facing into heavy ping difference, which we saw out of South Asia, India could not play the Grey into those East Asian, Central Asian teams in the Asia Pacific Brawl Stars tour. So, yeah, just having that little bit of an advantage, a little bit more secure. They're going to look to try and commit here with 12 seconds on the clock. Janet jumps on deep, and M7D splits the difference, cuts off one, looking for a second. It's our Arky that finds it, and an absolute steamrolling 15-4,
Ouch.
going the way of 77 here on Layer Cake.
I suppose I get to take my words back, really, calling HQD being the favorites just because of that matchup was an absolute spanking on the side of 77. They managed to control things really well, and I think this very matchup is also a really good showcase of how even just a slight change in the picks whilst keeping the playstyle relatively similar, like how much of a difference does that make? And I mean, we've talked originally about that whole, the Squeak versus Tick difference, and the Squeak actually worked out perfectly well, but it's also the fact that, the introduction of the RT, the Grey pick as well, it just managed to facilitate that whole lineup also perfectly, and the ability to just keep up that pressure and be able to even sometimes just hook away one of the players from the HQD meant that it was just borderline an unfair matchup.
Yeah, I mean, look, the other big problem, of course, is Lou felt like he could do no damage into the RT just because they weren't connecting to the freeze. I don't think he got a single freeze onto anyone there after stacking up those attacks. From there, you had Squeak zoning out the Tick in the mid lane, so the ideal situation for HQD would have been get the freeze off, get Tick damage up, and then likely be able to finish it. And then on that right-hand lane, you just had M7D on the Grey completely zoning the Janet out. I mean, he was threatening 2 lanes as a Grey, which is not something that you see very, very often. He was able to absolutely punish, jumps on and finds himself 2 for his troubles. Yeah, look, the first jump in there, and that second round didn't quite work, I think, the way he wanted, because he just died, because he jumped in the entirety of the high quality damage team. But the second one, phenomenal. They'd already done the initial damage. He comes in, plays clean up, and they come away with a pretty convincing win at the end. But look, it's time to turn our attention to a fresh draft, a fresh map. Not fresh, but the second map. We've seen it already twice before. We're now going to see it for its 3rd time. Ring of Fire, Hot Zone, coming into the draft from what we've seen. The Mr. P, almost certainly. I think, honestly, Mr. P and Amber have to be bans out here, but no, Mr. P, yes, is going to be banned. Penny, double Juju ban, Lou ban, and an Ollie ban.
Yeah, the Ollie ban is a bit of a curious one for me, given that we haven't really got to see much of, a big turnaround from him. But the Juju does make sense in terms of why she's banned out. Gus is the first one to be picked on the side of 77, and honestly, look, 77 so far showed us that they are able to really showcase us a pretty consistent, ability to judge the picks for themselves. On the side of HQD, look, I mean, yeah, Amber would be a pretty solid choice here, given just how potent she was throughout the past 2 matchups, and on the Ring of Fire map, it is going to be reinforced even further. So, look, I'm looking at this. Yeah, Stu pick. Okay, well, Stu will need to be reinforced here in any sort of capacity, because by himself, without any sort of synergy, I feel like he falls just a little bit short.
Yeah, look, there's definitely a lot of punish still that is available. And I mean, Gus, that long range threat up in mid. Well, I mean, you can play pretty pivot anyway. So Stu, Janet. So they're going to go for a heavy all-in.
Okay.
For 77, I think the Draco would be a solid pick. For the most part, he's a great frontline brawler. If you take the right star power, it's very, very hard to kill him. So I think 77 still have a lot of flexibility in what they can. I mean, the Amber is still available even.
True, yeah. Amber would be actually a pretty solid pick, all things considered. And I mean, from there you can really build up a pretty good even dive comp really from there on out. I mean, Gus has proven himself to be a pretty flexible, all things considered, damage dealer. But what do we have here though? Wow. Okay, 77 coming in full on.
Okay, that's I mean, the Ash coming through. Look, I'm not saying it was completely out of left field, but it's certainly not what I would have thought. But the Ruffs as well. So yeah, I don't hate the draft from 77. It does offer them a lot in terms of range.
Yeah, with the super allowing to really be a bit more of a double-edged sword from Ruffs, I'm curious to see how that will really work out, because amidst the damage dealing of Gus, Ash being there as a tank, and with a pretty substantial as well health boost, it feels like maybe we do have actually a pretty good counter response from 77 against the HQD's pick.
Yeah, I think there is potential, not a huge amount, unfortunately, for HQD. I think they're a little bit of a rough spot going into this draft. Ruffs is, I mean, just an insane zoning potential. That supply drop is going to do a lot just to keep his team amped up and ready to go, of course, when the hypercharge comes in as well. I mean, you're dropping that on someone, they're going to really find themselves in a world of hurt. Plus the Ash, given the opportunity, given the room, is an absolute powerhouse pick as well. So I think 77 have drafted this quite well.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, let's see how these choices really come on through. I'm curious about that B pick as well, because we haven't really got to see much of her before, but she has a lot of potential, and that Ash just taking a lot of punishment in the early stage, and that dive did not really pan out as well as 77 wanted it to be.
Well, I mean, look, it has range threat. That's about it, unfortunately.
Yeah,
that's all I can really give you, unfortunately, in terms of what it offers. And there you go. Aki does take out the B. M7D coming in the wings on the Ash. It's slightly just going to get zoned, but I think the Gus is doing exactly what they want it to do right now. Ash is just a zoning threat. He's going to find the solo kill onto the Janet somehow. I think realistically, he should have been able to keep space. The drop the base is going to come out, but it's an Ash. He's got 10k HP to work with. He's not really under much of a threat. The supply drop coming in, just dropping onto their heads of high quality damage. They are taking this all but for free. They do get themselves some ground back. The B does have the super up and available. The B's the only one with the super and evaporates. Hub G on the Ruffs, just blows him up.
Yeah, the Ruffs is coming in. The Ruffs pick is coming in big.
Run.
Yeah, M7D as well is just emoting there in the corner, just being the menace, because his presence, just sheer presence, is already a pain and a problem to deal with. And even if he does fall, things are not looking particularly too pretty here at all.
There are a few people that can say that they died to an Ash super, but there you go. Curry, question mark, can say that he just has.
100 to 15.
Yeah, an absolute shellacking net out of 77, and unfortunately, high quality damage have backed themselves into a draft that is really going to struggle. I mean, you look at Born, 1,000 damage to his name in that matchup.
Jeez.
That is
That's
beyond rough.
Yeah. Now, once again, the comp pick seems to be coming out just absolutely flawless here for 77. They read into the choices here almost perfectly here, and yeah, from here on out, the Kazakhstani roster is just struggling on every possible avenue, because I mean, Ash is not per se the best sort of brawler to tackle here, but some sort of pacing needs to be found. But Ruffs and Gus are already just shutting it all down. They're not even worrying about damage. What damage? We may as well be able to out damage them all. And yeah, the super coming in is doing a lot of problems for the HQD's ability to stay even within the remote proximity of the area.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Will Stew in round one gets 1,000 damage off is pretty bleak, and then he just gets evaporated. The fact that Gus feels comfortable enough to be pushing up as far as he is, bleak. Bleak to say the least. In Iwaki is he's still playing damage. Oh no, Kari question mark again. M7D on the Ash, the super comes up. Ash is just single-handedly zoned and out at this point. And I think it was largely what he did in that last round as well. This is bleak scenes. If 115 was bad, 103 gets pretty worse. Just
yeah.
Oh, they got 4, so 104.
Yeesh. That is what. I'm speechless here, Panda. This is genuinely quite rough. For Kazakhstani roster, look, as much as I wanted to lean on the statistics, that was proven to me quite absolutely wrong. And the 77 roster, the Saudi representatives are coming in hot, really, a 2-0, just like that, within just shy of 30 minutes. I'd say that's a record so far in this bracket.
Yeah, look, it was. I think rough is the nicest way that I can put it, honestly. But yeah, look, Virtuo, hearts out. I think that's all you can really do. Unfortunately, the single elimination is just such a brutal format.
Yeah.
You can't really do much in terms of experimentation. Double elimination, yeah, you can try a little bit. You try something a little bit different. Unfortunately, yeah, the draft very much backed themselves into a bit of a pit, and that pit was surrounded by a Ruffs, an Ash, and a Gus, all just throwing hands.
Yep, that's exactly how it ended up being. Really, things are looking even more heated now. Now that we have yet another team progressing into the bracket, now looking forward up ahead of us, one more matchup in the quarters, and that is Monarchy versus Sky. Look, I'm excited for that Monarchy matchup. That is a team that I'm quite curious to see how will they perform, given that they had a bit of a shakeup really going into this tournament. They had two of their players, the Hideaki as well as Dark Beast as well, leave and move away from the roster. It's Captain Rox and Aransis that joined, which the two of those players are from a couple of the rosters that didn't really have too much of a success. So I'm curious to see how this specific matchup will really pan out.
Well, I mean, look, it's Captain Rox. He's made a few appearances in the Asia Pacific in the last 18 months, and coming into it, Sran and Aaron rounding out the team to help him here. Look, again, staples of the Indian Brawl Stars scene should probably be feeling a little bit more comfortable in this competition, given that they have played against the likes of Trash and Ash as well. So coming into it, yeah, I think they could conceivably be in discussions. I think, honestly, probably for a top two, if that's what I had. If I was back to do a quarter and had to put my cards down as they were, I think it's still likely it is going to be Blinks first, then Monarchy. But their opponents coming into this matchup, potential for some maybe shenanigans. It's Sky coming in, Fahad, KH, and Alpha. I believe Saudi team potentially, but we're going with India on paper. So, look, Indian versus Indian matchup should be reasonably closely contested. I think they know each other well enough that it shouldn't be a total, upset.
Yeah, look, I mean, for the roster of Sky as well, they had a bit of a rough turnaround where they actually ended up qualifying through the lower bracket, where it was a matchup against the team Beast, where it was a 3-0. They managed to come in at the 8th place in the qualifiers as well for themselves, whereas Monarchy were the ones to sort of wrap up the top 4 of the bracket as well for the prize pool. So look, for the team Sky, I'm curious to see what they will be able to really put up here, what kind of a matchup, what kind of a fight, because on the side of Monarchy, again, statistically, cards are looking in their favor, but we've seen how things already panned out in that matchup. Say, for example, between the high quality damage and the 77, the underdogs came out swinging, and the Saudi representatives were able to really just win out on the push.
Well, it's you know what they say, a good game is a quick game, and it's going to be a really quick game. I've just been told as we go to our bracket that Sky have forfeited their matchup, so it will be 77 taking on Monarchy. And for those of you who were saying that, look, maybe we need to spice things up, there you go. No layer cake, no more Ring of Fire, no more Bells Rock. We're looking to jump straight into our second map pool as well. And look, I'm here for it. Semifinals. We jump straight into that best of 5 format as well. Plus, we throw in a couple of new game modes just to spice things up.
Yeah, that one is actually going to be quite curious, because now teams will be forced to really start switching things around, try to see what sort of game plan they can bring out, what sort of brawlers as well they can bring out, because now we're starting to really look into, okay, what kind of other picks can we really flex? Do we want more tankiness? Do we want to double down on some of the players, or whether we are sticking to the very same metas, just seeing if we can maybe pace down a bit?
Well, let's jump into our first semi-final matchup. We are heading back to the top side of that bracket. Of course, Brawl came in. They took a 2-1 victory over OK. Now, though, they find themselves against what I would argue is a pretty drastically different opponent in the grand scheme of things. It is, of course, the monsters, the beasts that are Blinks.
Yeah, Blinks their performance was absolutely phenomenal, honestly. The way how they really were able to run away with so many just outrageous, really, plays. Very, very daring pushes. I honestly enjoyed how really Blinks were able to pull it all off. So, yeah, this is where I feel is going to be a complete upscale in terms of how difficult some of the matchups will be, I reckon.
Oh, yeah, look, their opponents, no slouches. These guys, I mean, like I said, pillars of the South Asian Brawl Stars community. Trash Hunt has world's experience under the Revenants team. On paper, this should be just a brutally one-sided matchup.
Well, but, I mean, look, Brawl did manage to show us at the end that they were able to collect themselves pretty well, but yeah, Blinks certainly were much more locked in straight from the get-go, so I would imagine the early momentum that they would be able to gain will be basically the decider as to where and how we are going to be looking at playing it all out.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it, going into the best of 5, so we do throw in a couple of new map mode combinations. In fact, we find throwing entirely new map mode combinations. Let's jump into it. Let's see where we are going to be going. 5 maps. Calls for a bit of a change up. Triple dribble for the Brawl Ball coming in to start. Gem Fort for the gem grab, of course, in map 2. We hit the hot potato for heist in map 3. Gold Arm Gulch knockout, and then hideout bounty to round out. I mean, Cthulhu, we get some freshness. We get the Brawl Ball coming in, one of my favorite game modes personally. So I'm excited.
Oh yeah, I'm very much there with you. Yeah, Brawl Ball is certainly very exhilarating, very quick as well game mode to really play it all out. So Quick Wits is certainly on the table here. For the triple dribble, I'm keen for this because look, you have open lanes that allow for sharpshooters and controlled brawlers as well. Multiple walls to allow tanks and brawlers with cover. The problem though with that weak again, it's a very weak against wall breakers, so you can really tear open this map.
Now that, yeah, I didn't think it was quite right. So I don't know that's not triple dribble, that map that we saw at the very least. So I'm not sure if it is going to be triple dribble and there's another map, or if there's going to be... Okay, so it is triple dribble. It was just the wrong map on the graphics, so we are definitely going to triple dribble. But yeah, look, okay, I'm happy with that. Triple dribble gives a lot of fun, gives a lot of potential, just a lot of destruction. If you bring some easy wall break, there is potential for just an absolute runaway, but there's also the potential for the stall out. We go to overtime. That's where things get a bit fun. I'm expecting something a little bit tankier. The Rico as well has seen a little bit of play. The Mortis, again, spike in popularity internationally. There is a lot that you could bring into this matchup that would make this very interesting.
Oh yeah. The introduction of even somebody like Janet that we already got to see will be quite potent here. Otis, Lou will be quite huge here. And I mean, yeah, looking at the head-to-head, yeah, look, between Hideaki and Trashant, look, there's definitely, you know, a bit more of at least the KD difference, given that Hideaki did fall quite a fair few times. But I think this will be one of the main talking points once we do wrap up with this matchup, no matter how will this really pan out, because it does show that Hideaki does seem to be maybe a little bit more overzealous on some of the plays, and it shows.
Oh, I think drastically different. One player is almost double negative, the other one's almost double positive. So on top of that, Trashant has seen international play on a world stage. Hideaki, well, look, I'm not saying he's a bad player. I just definitely doesn't feel like that he stacks up to Trashant by any means. This Blinks roster on paper are some of the best players that South Asia has ever seen. And you look at it as we jump into the draft, Stu, and Amber banned out almost immediately. That does not surprise me in the slightest. Maisie as well, could be banned now. Ollie, Juju, and Kenji.
Yeah, the Kenji one is a curious one to me because he does bring in quite a fair bit of the potential, but in the right hands. But well, at least in terms of this very matchup, we won't get to see him. Straight off the bat, a Hank pick for Blinks.
The fans have been yearning for the Hank pick, and again, he has seen he's seen a lot of love recently. Fans are eagerly awaiting the moment that he starts to run away with things. I'm excited. I love a bit of Hank. The Hank the Tank.
Hank the Tank, indeed. Yeah, a lot of the opportunities here to really put in a dent. I'm curious how will they be able to build up the overall synergy with Hank, just given his potency and overall. I'm looking forward to the introduction of it. On the other side, the introduction of Poco to actually kick us off. So we're starting off on one hand, we're starting off with a very potent, I believe, a tank in form of Hank, and then on the side of Harsh, we are bringing in the support first.
Yeah. Look, I rate it again a little bit, leaning towards what I imagine it will be a tankier lineup. Poco does enable that. And to be fair, you could go for something more assassin-y as well. Poco again also enables that. Just a bit of sustain, especially with the hypercharge coming in. Lou. So this does, again, Blinks are going to have to be a little bit careful with positioning. If the Lou does get a freeze onto someone, they might be in a bit of trouble. But again, at the moment, Weeble don't, I think, have a huge amount of follow-up for the Lou setup. He does a decent amount of damage on his own, but I think I'm looking for something a little bit heavier hitting.
Yeah. I'm kind of now thinking what would be that good choice, because looking back, Rico probably wouldn't be the best choice here, just given that a fair bit of still open area to really work around. Maybe somebody like Gus to be as an introduction, maybe even a Mortis to be brought on out. But on the other hand, for Blinks, we get the Berry choice. Yeah.
I'm a big fan. Berry coming into the game was I think he was permabanned from pretty much the first day that he was available. I think we saw last year for Asia Pacific Tour, at least he was available twice, and was played twice to great effect. Just a huge amount of sustain as a thrower. He really offers a lot. So I think this is a brilliant pick. Oh, and the spike as well. So they've doubled down on the range. They're going to have Hank as a front line. Weeball, I think, might struggle into this comp a little bit.
Yeah, straight from the get-go, I'm just looking at this as well. Quite a lot of just the overall damage and pressure that will be introduced. I mean, looking at even at the spike, his super being the thorny grenade. He's going to be doing quite a lot of work here on top of the, his regular attack. So yeah, a lot of area control here to come on out from Blinks. Whereas on the side of Weeball, yeah, look, Poco is good, Lou is great, but honestly, that was far from what I was expecting. El Primo is not a bad choice. Honestly,
that's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for some frontline beef to pair with the Poco. And the Poco is, I think, going to do a lot for the El Primo. I still think it struggles into two throwers and a Hank, but I suppose if you can get that flying elbow press off, close that gap a little bit, get up in the face of it, yeah, I think there is definitely some room to work with for El Primo. I think they struggle to find that. I think another throw potentially to match what was being there. But to be fair, look, you have some wall break as an offering to clear some gap. Look, if you get the super off, you can pass the ball to yourself as well. So yeah, you can already see just shenanigans abound. Weeball, I think we're always going to struggle into this. It doesn't get better. It doesn't at all. As Trash walks in, passes the ball up to Yash. And this is exactly what the game plan was.
Yeah, Blinks not even waiting at any point. Yeah, whilst the choice of El Primo is absolutely great, and the sheer amount of HP pool is great, pushback is phenomenal, but he needs to be backed up quite substantially.
He's cleared some space. Unfortunately, Trash gets the pass off. They've cleared out Blinks. They're going to just pass it up. Teamwork makes the dream work, and the AoE clear is enough to get Blinks out of the way. Unfortunately, with two hype charges available, Hideaki's going in. They're going to be jumped on, but he's being kited out of position. Kaiser working up the left-hand side of that field as Yash does take Hideaki down. And Trash, he's got support going in. Yash comes in, the healing as well. That super just going to keep them nice and healthy in the coming moments. Kaiser still has that ball. And oh no, the super lands. Trash caught out by the freeze. The jump away from Yash keeps him alive. And Kaiser still trying to work that ball up. Hideaki's found Ash King in the draft. Suddenly, he's coming to fruition. Trash. He's in a bind right now, trying to hold solo. He does collect the ball. They finish it off with the help of Yash now in the 3v1, working on the field. Harsh does have that hypercharge as well, and the respawn's coming off. Just a little bit undercooked on that flying elbow press. Ball across the left-hand side towards Ash. He can work his way around. He's got the super kick as well, but he's just going to chuck it deep. Throws the super down to try and zone out. Hideaki pushes too deep once again. Ball passed up the field, and it's just going to linger there for a moment as Trash does finally fall. Great play from Kaiser, and they take down the Berry.
Yeah, the spike will have to really slow things down, and Ash is doing some absolutely phenomenal job. El Primo is now out and going on all on the in. Manages to back away at just the right moment, but yeah, this is a whole lot closer of a matchup. 30 seconds remaining. Some push does need to come on through, and maybe Hank will be the solution here, but no,
nope.
Hank will be the one to fall into the coffin instead.
Oh, the super kick just over the line from Hideaki. Just slots it through, but it is only the first of two that they would need. No, look, it was a great start to the Brawl ball from Weeball. I mean, look, it's in the name.
Yeah, it is in fact in the name. Yeah, look, they handled the pressure pretty well, and what was originally a draft that we were ready to really scrape away, they managed to really turn this around, and the longevity, the endurance has been absolutely phenomenal.
I mean, the crazy thing is, it doesn't even feel like the draft did what it was meant to do, which is Poco's there to heal up the El Primo, and Kaiser's just there to set things up. Yes, Kaiser did a lot in terms of setup, but Hideaki was jumping deep. He wasn't getting the heals that he was hoping for. Hideaki goes down. Ash, you're going to find the first as they look to work their way up the middle of the field. Yash as well, just trying to do what he can to provide that opening up the right hand lane. Trash needs to regen some HP here, but Hideaki there to match. They need to clear it out. Crosses to the left hand side. Ash is going to be there, hypercharge as well. If he gets a decent super kick off, the opening, it's picked up by Yash, and they just slam it home. And that's the synergy of the Berry just being able to dive deep and set up for a play.
Yeah. Really good overall turnaround here, and so far the crowd control has been good. Unfortunately, the full blinks though, the Hank does fall, and it's all down to El Primo to push. Oh, blinks so completely fallen apart. Hideaki is the one to score, and oh my goodness, the nail biter so far.
The wall break just sets it up. That ball is just going to sit there mid. Hideaki jumps in with a high massive play. Super follow up on Ash King. And they're just looking to wipe the floor with blinks. But Brawl, Yash is just stuck into the back line. What an absolute thievery there. Gets the ball in over the line, and Blinks will tie it up.
Robbery. Daylight robbery, and Weeble looking a little bit rattled there, especially Harsh. Looking a little bit upset, is probably talking to the players like, boys, how did we let that through? Is still a mystery even to me, but yeah.
The power of the sweet swirl. I mean, they left the ball unguarded in mid. Yash walks up with the sweet swirl, passes to himself, and then just walks it over the line with the sustain that he's offered. Hideaki taking some big damage, passing it over the right hand side, will fall, and that ball now goes back to mid. Ash King does have the super as well. I mean, if there was wall break, this would be a pretty easy goal, but for the most part, it should be fine. Trash does just go down. They follow up with a kill on Ash King as well, so priority there now for Weeball as they work their way up the field. They're going to jump in. Yash goes down, but the respawns off. Mean they can't quite finish this off. Kaiser drops the hypercharge. Ash trying to zone out Harsh, but the HP regens quickly as it is a Poco in the end. They should be able to slot this one home. Kaiser has the super to go into the next round as well. 1-0 in this deciding round. Ash King drops the hypercharge. Hideaki walks in, has his own help from Kaiser. Just making it hard. Another super comes out from Ash, but it's just off the mark. The ball is there for them to play off of. Great zoning from Yash. Sweet swell in, looking for it, but he can't. It's going to be Ash King to pick up the closes. Finds one, finds two, looking for a third. Harsh in trouble, but they might just have the opening that they've been looking for. Big damage out of Hank the Tank, but Ash just doesn't have the HP to make a play here. Hideaki from the backside. Flying elbow press. Ash King with the hypercharge. Looking to create a space. Unfortunately, passes to himself. Yash is there.
Oh, no.
And they clear it out. Great zoning. The power of the throwers, and Blinks will tie it up 1-1.
Ash as well waiting for the respawns to start coming on in just to rub in the salt on the wound. But 1-all is certainly spelling a very sweaty, very last moment turnaround really for both of these rosters here.
Hideaki, it's a 1-for-1 ultimately. Kaiser working up with that hypercharge to the right-hand lane. Trash zoning Harshit, trying to keep that healing away. Ash drops the gadget to give himself some cover. The pass back, it was a dangerous one, but Yash jumps in with the sweet swirl. They've got the opening. He's up that left-hand side, has the sweet swirl up once again. Can look for a self pass. They just need to clear out Hideaki and Harsh. Split the difference. Kaiser is low. You can see a sweet swirl in, but there's no follow-up. Trash. Great kill out of Hideaki. The ball ends up right in front of Ash. They've got just Kaiser to work with. Hypercharges there. Ball over the top, but Kaiser picks it up. Can he clear it? No, he's still got it. Yash dies in the center. 7 seconds, 6. We are about to go to overtime, and that will be the reset. No obstructions whatsoever as the field clears. And Kaiser trying to zone, and this is a struggle point, especially for Trash. Doesn't get the bonus defense. Yash dives in on the Kaiser's traded out. Harshit taking big damage as well. Big jump in from Hideaki onto Trash, forces him out of position, but recovers a decent amount of HP. This is on a knife's edge. All of a sudden, Blinks might have this one slip away from them, but you can see Yash there cleared in through the middle, has the hypercharge up and available. Wants to try and clear out these big threats, dives on, unfortunately only into death. Trash needs to try and split the difference. If they get the pass around them, they're in trouble. And there you go, Kaiser just slots it up the middle. We ball, take map 1.
We ball stealing that away at the end in the overtime. My God, what a turnaround there on the Brawl ball. And yeah, for Blinks, this is quite an unfortunate turnaround. They had a pretty solid beginning to all of this match, but no, unfortunately for them, very fortunate for We Ball, they do come out the victor. Now going into the map 2, that is going to be gem forward for the gem grab as well. There's going to be a pretty substantial change and a pretty substantial shift as well in the roster picks. I mean, we're looking at a lot of side bushes to allow for sneaky plays, for a lot of the positions that very much help the tank healer comps as well, mid control focus. So there's a lot of opportunities for the brawlers like Gene, like Max. In terms of the tanks, Ash comes to mind as well as Sam. So there's a few opportunities here and there to really introduce for the gem forward.
I mean, it's crazy that map 1 only really works if El Primo keeps up the pressure, and he did that in the entire game, just up in the thick of it. Lou there on the back ones finish things off. But yeah, going to the gem fort, a lot of those side lane threats, being able to get some distance. So I wouldn't be surprised if we have some, wall break clear out those top, bottom left, top right walls in the mid, just to create a bit of extra space, a little bit less security, which is, I think, how we saw it played last year, if my memory serves correct. But, I mean, look, those long side lanes with the grass, unless it's cleared up, those off some shenanigans in terms of assassin play, I think potentially a bit risky given the caliber of the teams that we're seeing go up against each other. But Blinks, under the pump, losing map 1, I wouldn't say the end of the world in a best of 5, but definitely probably throws them a little bit off kilter.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for Blinks, they definitely needed that initial momentum, I feel, because that's where they managed to really exceed in their very first matchup as well. But honestly, the fact that We Ball managed to really steal away that last round in their favor does certainly set an interesting precedent here, that they are ready to play for the endurance run as well, and that is something that they did manage to prove in their very first matchup, albeit in a bit more of a shakier way. But I am all for it here right now, I'll be honest, Blue Panda. The fact that we all still managed to really keep up the consistency under the pressure of what was actually a pretty solid El Primo lineup there from Blinks, just shows that they have quite a fair bit of steam still going for them.
Yeah, look, I think for Blinks, the draft wasn't bad. I think, unfortunately, El Primo is just so good at closing the gap, and Lou offers that little bit of range that ultimately struggled. Anita being banned out by We Ball, the Mr. P as well, Lou copping a double ban, and then Maisie and Poco being taken out. I mean, again, some fairly solid picks that have had some pretty decent influence over, especially with those long lanes. Hank the Tank coming out by high sheet this time.
Okay, I'm curious to see how Harsh will be able to utilize that. I'm pretty sure as well Nita is the first time we do get to see her banned out, at least just in terms of today's run, as she is one of the more easier accessible sort of
Best
brawlers as
brawler,
well in
easy
the
brawler.
early- Yeah,
Has a
oh,
panda
definitely.
skin, I rate it.
Definitely. But I'm
Not
keen.
just because of that.
Well, I mean, still a pretty viable argument there, to all things considered. An Amber though pick from Yash. Look, it feels like a match made in heaven, honestly, after his performance just early on today.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, of course. But I mean, on the whole, it definitely feels like it should be a decent map. But I mean, Hank has room to work with. He's going up with that front line. You probably want something that is going to pair with it well. I think, yeah, throwers are going to be important. Whoever you pick up here has those indestructible walls to play around on top left-hand, bottom right-hand side of the map. So, wouldn't be surprised. Yeah,
Oh.
Griff coming in as well for Trash. Has seen, again, an uptick in priority. Could be an avenue for a stew, maybe, from... I mean, already said Wii Ball for the most part, just because you probably need some high damage output to pair with the Hank.
What if it was something like a cold pick though? Because that could also potentially work with the sheer damage output of that brawler.
I think he's going to struggle into the Amber too much, unfortunately. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's just not quite where you're aiming to in the grand scheme of things. Avenue for a Gene through mid potentially, just being able to have that spread damage. And look, a hook does set up for some big plays as well. The Grey going to be coming out. If you land that Kane onto the Amber, she is very much going to struggle into the face of the entire team. So having to play around those walls, and not to mention the wall break element of it. If you're standing top right hand side, if you blinks, you get caught out. There is no security in those walls whatsoever.
Exactly that, yeah. But that would mean that we all will have to solely have to focus on isolating the Amber as well. And yeah, just like you said, the Surge pick is a potent one. I'm keen to see how we will be able to realize that pick, because obviously for Surge, the ability to be able to level up steadily into 3 separate stages is a very potent pick, and a bit of a gamble, I'd say, especially for the early game.
Yeah, I'm looking for a thrower here, I think, for Blinks. In terms of damage output, I think they're pretty solid. You want somebody who can play around those walls, deny Surge all of those openings that he's looking for. I just don't know what Blink's angles for here. Potentially they could look for a bit of frontline. That is an option as well.
Yeah, frontline wouldn't be a bad shout to supplement Yash, maybe. But I mean, overall, I'd say maybe, I'd say maybe a squeak pick wouldn't be a bad shout.
And in that last pick, he crashed, so we aren't going to know. We're going to have to wait a little bit, and hopefully, once we get in, we figure out how things go. But I mean, the Surge coming into this comp again has seen a lot of uptick in play. I think it is a bit of a gamble. Obviously, if you kind of need to sustainably keep finding success. If you get taken down, you lose all of that momentum, you do struggle. The Griff has potential to kind of work against Blinks here. If you open up too much there, you don't have any walls to play around in mid, other than obviously top left, bottom right, which are indestructible. It means that there's just a huge avenue through in the mid lane for punishment. So I definitely think Blinks, I'd be very surprised if they made that mistake and the Griff just opens up everything. I think they're going to be a little bit smarter about it. But yeah, now I'm just perplexed, because that final pick could really just open up this comp or completely destroy it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. That one is going to be borderline deciding as to whether it's going to be a 2-0 at the conclusion of this map, or we are going to be drawing it all out. Because, I mean, let's not forget that matchup that was just before on Triple Dribble was a pretty close one and could have gone either way, really, here. So it's not like it was a complete and utter domination on one or the other side. Blinks are still very much in this competition to keep on running, keep on going, and try to be able to still bring out the best out of them. So look, I'm wondering here now, just whilst we still have a bit more time onto before we get to see the final pick and get into the games, sort of it's a theory. What else we could get to see? Because I mean, like you said, maybe a thrower, maybe even a tank brawler wouldn't be a bad shout here either. And looking at the overall layout, something with a bit more quickness to it, maybe in terms of, or maybe a bit more mobility just to keep them moving around and out. Maybe even something like an outrageous pick of something like a bull, maybe even.
All right, now you're just trolling. If you see a bull, I'll be very surprised. But yeah, look, for clarity, yes, going into this matchup, they would have to pick everything the exact same up until that last pick. And then we would find out how the draft rounds out. There are no changes to the ban phase either. It's pretty standard for Brawl Stars competitive play. So, for the most part, we are well aware of what we're going to be seeing into this comp. I don't know. I think, yeah, there's a little bit in terms of pivot potential for Blinks in terms of what they want to do, having the Amber and the Griff. Look, they've definitely got damage. Realistically, they probably don't need a heck of a lot more. I think, yeah, in terms of what would round out their draft well, probably tank. Maybe a Pearl, maybe a Meg. I mean, look, you could also just double down on the damage. There is also that potential. You just go, again, something a little longer range. I mean, Piper as well. Could be an angle. Just one of those long-range marksmen that really punishes these long lines of sight, especially if Griff can clear out those walls, give them a bit more security. So, yeah, Surge, going to be locked in. Everything else is going to be exactly the same. So there will be the Hank the Tank coming out for Weeball as well. Yeah. A lot of questions. A lot of questions for Blinks.
A lot of questions, and honestly, a lot of room to play around with as well whilst at it, because there's ample amount of opportunities to really throw it a bit of a spanner. So yeah, as a recollection, we already have Amber, we already have Griff that is already picked for them. Against them is Hank, the great pick, the Surge. So we Bull already sort of looking pretty well assembled, all things considered. Now they just need to execute their play. Aside of Blinks though, man.
Yeah, I mean, you want something that's not going to be punished too heavily by the grey. So either heft or mobility. So if that cane does connect, you're not just going to die immediately, or you could just outright avoid it. Piper again, where that super can jump out and avoid a lot of trouble, but until that super is online, it is pretty notoriously immobile.
Yeah.
Blink's really making us work for it. Okay, so there's going to be an Ash, a little bit of front line, a little bit of threat. The super isn't too bad either. If they do find a connection onto a target, he is going to be able to more than likely just blow them up, unless it's the Hank. Those little helpers do a decent amount of damage, plus he smacks a little bit harder as well. So yeah, look, a well-rounded comp. It's just a shame that they made us wait so long for it.
Yeah, I was kind of waiting for something a little bit more out of pocket pick, really. But I'm all for the Ash. It's a good fitting pick for the gym fort. So all things considered, I'm looking forward to this.
The rats in play.
Yeah, that's in play. Yeah, I'm curious to see if this could also be the case of the range battle as well, because obviously for Hank.
Hey, no way, Hideaki just hit a 360 nose scope to set up the kill. Unfortunately, Kaiser is the one that dies.
Yeah,
that is gross. Wow. He hits the 360 nose scope onto Ash King, and they still kill Kaiser outright.
Yep, just like that. Pretty swift, pretty quick, and early already advantage in terms of the gems. 5-0 is looking very, very difficult to really catch up with.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem that your one answer to the little helpers is Hank, who has to get close enough to kill them, and if he doesn't hit all of them, he then pretty much just pops. The little helpers explode and murk him pretty hard. Luckily though, from full HP, it isn't going to take him out. Kaiser, though, cannot say the same. Dancing around the walls, big jump in from the backside. Yash is still alive. Avoids the surge, but Hideaki finds himself 2 for his trouble. Unfortunately, Neither of those two players is the gem holder for the team. That is the amber for Trash Ant. So they back themselves off. It's a 1 gem difference. So if they find Kaiser out of position, if they find Harshit as well, hypercharge available. And the Surge is really stacking up. The teleport in through the mid of the Grey Super. Rats come out. Yash with the little help as he's finished off. The gems are up and available, but only so many. Another great hook, but Hideaki zoned out. And now Weeball take the lead.
Yeah, all of a sudden Weeball being able to really catch up has been an absolutely phenomenal turnaround really here for them. Amber is looking to still put some damage, but Yash is not feeling too good. There's the 10-pointer right now, and well, Hideaki is looking to still try to stay alive, but no, doesn't really stick around for too long.
The Rats, Kaiser run! He's going to get out with the portal, but they're still following Hideaki with a great cleanup, and Weeball bide their time. With 1 second to go, Yash falls. And the Rats not going to help, unfortunately, as they take the first of the gem grab rounds. I mean, Blinks, look, I did rate the draft until, unfortunately, Hideaki was given the room to work with. The Surge as well was just able to build up. And Kaiser, to be fair, Kaiser, to his credit, hit some gnarly canes there.
Yeah. A 360 as well that we got to witness. Panda certainly added a bit more flair to the performance. Yash is looking to contest now against Hideaki, but yeah, oh my god, that is a lot of damage being brought on out, and early advantage once again is in the favor of Blinks, but we did get to see how quickly Weeball are able to flip the switch here.
Rage bar. Oh, Kaiser jumps in. The Rat King is available, and they're going to go to work. Kaiser doesn't get taken out, but he survives the hypercharges there. And all of a sudden, the Rat King is the Rat Emperor. As Harsh hit goes down as well, Kaiser is just going to eat all of that damage. 6 gems up and available. All picked up in the hands of Ash. The little cane goes wide, and the little helpers just go to town. An absolute mop up. Harsh at least has the HP to survive, as Yash will walk his way back, portaling through Hideaki into the thick of things. Takes so much damage. And with a 9-gem to 0 lead, the little helpers go out again. Harshit jumping in. He's going to get one, but he ultimately falls. Portal in from Hideaki. The countdown timer started. And it was close in that last one. And the hypercharged Rats just funnel onto Kaiser. The little helpers, 1-2 combo. Yeah, you got to be careful positioning. They're going to jump on in, but the gap is too wide. Ash King at the back with all 10 gems. And Blinks answer back with a decisive round 2.
A more straightforward match from Blinks coming on through, really looking to put a heavy dent. And I mean, Yash on the Amber, I mean, understandably pulling out an absolutely monstrous amount of damage. Well, I believe it was, unless I'm being blind and wrongfully saying. But look, regardless, quite a lot of damage there has been already brought on out, and we're continuing that. Pardon me, Yash was on Ash, rather, and still not the best start for Weeball, as the initial advantage is once again given to Blinks.
Oh, this search going to work. Already at stage 3. He's going to be sitting pretty happy. And Kaiser the first to fall here at this decider round. Harsha trying to make an opening, but Hideaki zoning out Yash pretty comfortably. All the while, though, Ash King has been picking up these gems. He's backed into a corner. They find a kill. Harshit goes down as well, and Ash survives with a sliver of HP and a dream. Those walls opened up. No wall cover for Hideaki. He's going to find an opening onto Trash. The jump on him from Harshit. But it's a 1-for-1, but those gems still in pocket. They find Yash. Hypercharge. It's going to be there. What a hook onto Ash King, and that's all the gems dropped from Blinks. Big damage from Trash Ant. He absolutely mops the floor with 2/3 of Weeball. And they get the 8 gems back. Almost unpunished. Harshit jumping in. Will finish off Trash Ant. But in the end, those gems easily recoverable. Yash takes so much damage, but has the full rage bar. Should be able to heal that up nicely. Quickly, the hypercharge is there. If he gets the little helpers off in the wings, he's going to do a lot of damage here.
Oh, the countdown begins as well. This is not ideal. Blinks just managed to get their 10 pointers as well. And now for Weeball, the time is against them. They need to make the push, and it is going to be a very desperate one.
7 seconds, Ashby takes a big damage with Hideaki on. That's your main frontline. Kaiser into the thick of it. Unfortunately, with Harshit going down, there's no time. They split the difference. Blinks, to their credit, draw attention across the map. There's too many targets and not enough damage to deal with all of them. Weeball, unfortunately, dropped the ball in map 2 on Gem Grab.
Yeah, quite an unfortunate turnaround here for Weeball, but look, it's still far from being over. We just only wrapping up just the second map of this whole matchup. Up next, Hot Potato and Heist, and look, this one is going to be a very, very fast pace, so I'm imagining quite a bit of a change up in terms of the lineups. We are looking to potentially look at a bit more of an agile lineup of the brawlers as well. Strong lane control as well will win the game, so that is one of the few win conditions here. Whereas on the other hand, the cons of the Hot Potato is that if you do lose the early fights, this is where you can get snowballed pretty quickly. No strong defenses as well, meaning that the moment the walls go down, that's your cover. And yeah, once again, somebody like somebody like Amber even will be a pretty good safe pick for your DPS, and maybe even a Colt to bring on out on the side of the control. It's Otis, Penny, Spike will be quite perfect for the map like Hot Potato.
Yeah, I mean, look, on Heist though, I mean, this is where Brawl drafts can get a little bit different, just because your goal is not to take out brawlers primarily, it's to take out the safe at the end of the day. So I mean, look, there's arguments to be made for the likes of 8, but I know Brock has seen a little bit of play just because of that AoE burn damage that he does get into his kit, purely off the back of his stamp out. So I mean, look, there's definitely an argument to be made in terms of at least a little bit of diversity. I'm interested to see what the game plan is for both these teams. Again, Weeball showing that they have a lot in terms of matching this insane Blinks roster. I mean, look, even Buzz has made an appearance in Heist in the past. It was a wee while ago now. I don't think he's quite as prevalent in the meta, but yeah, there is at least different drafts in terms of pacing for the gym, for the Heist for the most part.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, Blinks being able to set a pretty formidable, really, pacing going into the map 3. Look, in theory, should be able to continue that momentum pretty steadily, whereas on the side of Weeble, they need to recollect themselves. Whilst they did win the very first map, it was off the back of the overtime, and that could potentially also spell the remainder of the story here in this matchup. Now, as a reminder for everyone watching as well, this is, you know, a single elimination. Once you do lose your matchup, that's it, you're out. So for Weeball, if they do ultimately end up losing out here, it would be quite a tragic turnaround, all things considered, as they just only one more matchup away from the grand finals to make themselves at themselves a pretty hefty prize pool as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think honestly, if Weeball had started on the opposite side of the bracket, there's a very good chance this would have been our grand finals. But Edgar, Kit, and Griff being banned out, Rico, Melody, and Berry as the response. I mean, that's not totally surprising. Rico, again, another very good brawler into the Heist. I mean, looking at what we've got available in terms of at least what I've seen from the Heist, and the cheese, I suppose, is the best way to describe it, that you can pull off in this game mode. Chuck, I've seen it. It's not the craziest idea, just being able to jump in, jump out again while still getting decent damage out onto the safe. Barley going to be locked in for Harshit.
Okay,
not terrible. Not terrible at all.
Not terrible at all. Look, there's still opportunities to, you know, fully utilize the set that he does bring on over.
I mean, it's that burn damage, obviously, undiluted, offers a little bit of burn damage. You just throw down one attack onto the safe and it is going to provide out, because the longer you're in that puddle, the more damage you take, so it is definitely a worthwhile investment, just getting even the one attack off.
Yeah, and then the super as well, with a flurry of those fiery bottles as well for the area control, will be quite potent, to say the very least. On the side of Blinks, though, Carl into an Amber, Look,
I'm
all for the Amber.
Yeah.
But
I rate the Carl because that super, once you get onto the safe, is just a lot of damage very, very quickly.
that is true.
So I don't think it's the worst idea. Plus, you've got that flying hook, so you can close that gap a little bit. Not to mention auto attack resets at close range, mean that he's going to be pumping out a lot of damage. Definitely room for a lot in response. I did say I wouldn't have hated the 8-bit, but I definitely think it's going to struggle a little bit here. Daryl, again, great gap closer, is going to be able to get up into the thick of things and look to punish.
Albeit,
I think struggles a little bit to the Amber, though, unfortunately.
We got to see, Daryl to be brought out a couple times, but unfortunately being unable to really get any sort of tangible momentum before. So I'm a little bit skeptical yet, but look, I'm all for it. Let's see how will be able to really bring it out. Now, question being is what is going to be the last few picks looking back at this, because look, I mean, some sort of momentum, some sort of pacing needs to come around, and
the Crow. Okay.
The Crow.
Yeah. Again, a little bit of tick damage off the poison that Crow does offer in his kit. I mean, not to mention just an insane amount of threat coming out as well. So I would imagine that it is likely going to be the extra toxic potentially come out as well. I mean, to be fair, it's not going to do a heck of a lot. There's, again, arguments to be made for carrying Crow. Look, I think it's an alright brawler. Probably not the strongest, but alright.
Yeah. I mean, on top of that, with the gadgets like this long toxin as well, it will be quite a potent one. Oh, Juju pick, yeah, for Blinks. Looking, actually, I like that. I rate that pick, given that Juju does have quite a fair bit of potency in her kit, and I mean the overall damage with her being a thrower, a brawler as well, is going to be actually a really, really well rounding up the Blinks roster, I feel.
Yeah. Yeah, I think both teams have a decent thrower with the damage over time that is affected. So, look, being able to get out of the berry or the barley onto the safe is going to do a lot for them. I definitely think that there is a lot more explosive potential out of the Wee Ball draft. But in saying that, you've got an Amber persuasion onto the Daryl. Also, the Carl has a great gap closer. I mean, if Carl gets the super up and onto that safe, and as I mentioned, he's got a lot of survivability, or guys are looking at him, he's working up that right-hand lane. Trash Ant is trying to work his way up. Hideaki's there. Oh, boy.
Yeah. That's the problem as well, for Weeble.
Wow. He gets the kill, but unfortunately, with that poison tick, he's not able to get onto the save. He did have the super up and ready. And well on the Amber. Neither team going to find the avenue in. Kaiser's going to cut deep. He's just going to jump straight onto that safe. That's a brilliant call. Knows that he's just going to be able to sit there. They don't have enough to cut through him. And Trash is there, getting out damage. That cyclical ability of those auto attacks. Hideaki jumps up with the super. That is going to force him off. And ultimately, Blinks do come out on top. But now Kaiser's back up and ready to go.
Yeah, albeit that Kaiser being isolated is not the most ideal situation here, as he does fall ultimately to the trio of the Blinks roster. That does leave Weeball in a bit of a dangerous position, but he does respawn pretty quickly. Now it's time to really try to stem the push, but that is a lot of damage that is coming out of Trash Ant as well. And the hypercharge, like you highlighted, things are not looking particularly too swell here. 79 versus 51% HP for the safes, and yep, that Juju finishing off as well is not looking great.
Yeah, the Gree gets some damage. Does go down, unfortunately, the hypercharge out from Shit, keeps himself alive with the super, in fact, and a lot of this poison tech damage from Hideaki on the Crow has that hypercharge up and available. The Gree just doing a lot of zone potential here. I mean, Trash is desperately wanted to be able to get that super up and onto the tower. Kaiser big damage onto Ash King, but the fact that Juju is thrown means that it's an easy pickup. It's just 27 seconds left, 63% remaining on the blink save, so it means there is going to have to be a play made. The great white get out of Weeball. Kaiser's looking to cut on deep with a hypercharge, big damage coming out, and he's going to split the difference with 15 seconds left to go. It's 4% the difference maker here, and Trash does need to get on, gets the pickaxe out, and he's going to split that difference once again. Massive damage out, and it's now an 8% lead, and it keeps getting worse. The burn from the berry autos just making it enough in the end for Blinks to take the first round. One more, and they take themselves the lead in the series.
Blinks, a phenomenal return of the damage and return of fire, and that really occurred there. Close to the conclusion of the round, where they managed to really, bring it back, pull all of the resources in and send it right to the safe. That was absolutely excellently done there. All they need to really lock in here, because they are starting to lose their ground, and this is not particularly a situation that you want to find yourselves in. But Kaiser, what a phenomenal initial catch of a frag.
And the super up and available means that Kaiser has both dashes available to him, so he can get up on the safe, and that is primarily why we see him so often in the heist. It's a great kill. Yash goes down. Juju out, and there you go. Kaiser jumps on with the first. He's looking for the second, straight onto the safe. Damage pumping out once again. The follow up the super from Heartshit, and that burn is going to carry on. 30% damage done to that safe already. 33 in total, and a great opening salvo here to jump on in. Hideaki does go down. We'll finish off Trash from beyond the grave. The martyrdom coming through, but once again, this Daryl jumps on, and Trash has to commit the super defensively.
Yeah, Trash had to commit it all, which means that it will be slightly less potent going into some of the further fights, but that does not matter. Hideaki falls to him, and in comes the push towards the safe. He is staying alive, not for long though. It's Ash to get the better of Harsh as well, and look, yeah, the moment that Weeball still staying pretty strong, all things considered. Ash attempting to use the Amber, but yeah, this is looking to be it for this round, as that is a very solid conclusion.
I mean, it was timed out for Blinks. Weeball just absolutely demoed the safe second time around. And I think it was a brilliant read. You send the Daryl into the Carl, finish him off before he can cut deep and start throwing pickaxes willy-nilly. Unfortunately, despite a bit of damage coming back the way of Blinks, they weren't able to get onto the save long enough for it to matter. So how these lane matchups are going, it's going to be very important. I mean, realistically, yeah, if they paired the Ash, the Amber, or Ash onto the Amber into the Daryl, they should have the opening that they need, but right now he's just been met.
Yeah, things are looking pretty bleak here right now on a few of the counts that Blinks tried to really get some early momentum, but Trashan might just be able to do it. The Carl push in. Oh, quite a fair bit of damage coming on through, but it is Kaiser to actually sow some chaos on the opposite side, but he does fall ultimately to Yash, to the Juju. Wondering if that is enough to allow the push off Blinks to happen, but it's Harsh plus Hideaki that have been putting out the damage. Plus, oh my days, what a play from Daryl.
Yeah. The one attack from the Barley down, he's going to send a second as well, so it's chip damage if nothing else. Trash Ant going to be working his way up the map, but Daryl off spawn should be there to meet him. Trash, he's going to be met.
Good
Drop, Hideaki does drop the super though. I mean, potentially could have been used to reposition, but with the Barley healing should be fine for the most part. It's still a lead nonetheless. Weeball trailing by about 17%. Blinks, that's really all you need. The Griever comes out to try and answer Kaiser. And yeah, it's going to be enough. The slow coming out. Ash as well with a super of his own. The great zoning potential of the Amber as Trash works his way back up full HP. Cops a shot there, so the healing ends. I mean, they've repositioned Harsh in such a great way to zone him out.
Wow.
The super committed to get deep. Hideaki falls at the back lines. You've got Kaiser deep onto the save now. Trash just gets a little bit of extra damage out, and that is going to be the difference maker.
Yeah, good ability to still keep up whilst the chaos is being sown up at the top of the map. 50 to 65, 15% differential here. Blinks should be able to keep on playing it out. All they really need to do now is just try to hold off one or two more pushes from the Weeball roster, and that is their round, that is their map. as well to come on through. 23 seconds and ticking. Trashant looking a bit squishy. Yash is the one to try to halt the push from Kaiser, but that is a lot of damage coming on through, and all of a sudden we ball in the lead.
2% the difference, 10 seconds to go. Ash, he's gonna just tick down to the super of the Barley there in Brawl. Yash is coming in, he's used that invisibility for the elemental, but the tick damage, it's just enough. Blinks get it over the line by 2% with a cheeky elementalist play from Yash. And Trash, Yash, and Ash, they're gonna get it done.
Yeah, I think even they were a little bit surprised just how close it was, but man, that would be quite a fair bit of a relief, honestly, looking back at the heist. Look, things were definitely looking a little bit tense there for a second, especially in the last 10 seconds or so. Now going into the map number 4, that is the Gold Arm Gulch for Bounty. Your typical long-range map. The high ground positions will be allowing the sharpshooters to have an absolute field day really to work with, which means in return your close range brawlers will struggle, and once you're down in stars as well, it's hard to really make a comeback. So look, this is going to be quite a curious map personally for me, just because both of these rosters have shown us some an occasional spice here and there, but ultimately something like a pick of a Piper, a Belly, or a Brock even wouldn't be a horrible idea.
Yeah, look, the Juju Gadget really just stealing that game entirely, just positioning correctly off the grass, able to turn invisible, just run through the entire line, and 2% difference by the end of it. Hugely impressive, and Juju definitely proving its worth in this competition already. But yeah, Gold Arm Gulch going into map 4 for the knockout. I mean, yeah, positioning is going to be key, and we saw ultimately in that last knockout that we went to, which was ironically all the way back in our first series today, which was Weeball versus OK. It's about timing, it's about positioning. If you can get that chip damage going for the collapse, you can really turn it on its head. But we've seen a lot of these rounds just stagnate out a little bit. It comes down to the gas moving in and that ultimate chaotic collapse. So, I mean, look, a good draft allows you to be the ones playing off the front foot, but more often than not what we see is a bit of a handshake trade. Both teams will just wait. Once that gas comes in, the chaos ensues. So, as we get into the draft phase in just a moment, I mean, look, there's potential for just insanity to ensue.
Yeah, that's one way to really put it. Panda, chaos indeed is going to be the one to rule here, and look, I'm just excited to see what sort of picks we are going to be looking at. On top of that as well, for Blinks, this is the series point opportunity overall. The ability to really wrap up this matchup right here, right now, before going into the potentially into Bounty, which is going to be played on Hideout. I would imagine they would want to just close it all out right here, right now, and move on into the grand finals. And it's a perfect opportunity. I mean, they what would seemingly be called, they're already living rent-free in Weeball's minds after what, 2 games that were stolen away from them at the last moment. I wouldn't put it past that, a bit of maybe a slight tilt factor could be coming on through for the Weeball roster.
I don't know, they seem pretty cool, calm and collected. And speaking of cool and calm, Mr. P banned out by both teams. Great. And Daryl banned out by Weeball, and then Gene RT taken out by Blinks. It's going to be the Angelo first pick here for Weeball, those charge shots. And I mean, I wouldn't say an insta pick for knockout, but definitely a staple pretty comfortably in the knockout, just because those charge shots allows that chip damage. If you connect, you can collapse in. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Certainly so. Question being is, how do you, make the synergy work for Angelo here, and see how you could play it out. Maybe even a pick for somebody like a Crow for the flanks wouldn't be a bad idea. But
yeah, playing through the glass and a Pearl.
And so Pearl,
bit of tank with some decent damage out of the Pearl. Kit, an awesome assassin, is going to be able to provide a little bit of sustain, not to mention if he does just connect onto one of the members of Weeball, being able to shut them down. Look, Dick, we could be seeing Pocket Kit. So there is potential that a Miko potentially comes out, Mortis even, for
Okay.
Blinks. You just set the kit in the back pocket of the Mortis and, well, yeah, just wreak havoc upon your foes. We'll have to see.
Question being is how does the Wii Ball roster respond to all these picks so far? And it seems like Oli is actually going to be the choice. A bit more of a tankiness towards the play. Maybe have him as the front runner and then trail the Angelo behind him as well.
Yeah, I mean, now it's about disengage, I think, that more than anything. Something with a little bit of lockdown to try and dissuade the kit from going in. Honestly, to me, Charlie makes perfect sense. Just insane when it comes to the lockdown. That cocoon is going to make it really hard for any sort of heavy commitment from Blinks. I don't know. We've always necessarily shown heavy indication, at least to that. It's going to be the Brock. So, okay, come on. And long range does mean that Kit struggles a little bit, and it's going to be the Janet. Okay, so yeah, Janet, Kit, heavy dive in, Kit to follow up, Pearl as a frontliner. Both teams have a solid draft. I think there's a lot of dissuade coming out of Wii Ball, but I think Edge blinks out just a little bit more in terms of experience and overall talent.
True. I mean, for Brock as well, he is one of those brawlers that actually can be quite favored within the bounty game mode itself. I mean, globally, 49.9% win rate so far is not a bad statistic, or to say the very least. And I mean, yeah, with the rockets and the rocket rain as well to bring out as a super, he could be a pretty menacing choice, all things considered.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how this plays out with the Kit coming in. We've seen a couple of bans, but the Janet has been a bit hit and miss, and yeah, the Angela coming out as well, drop the base in, but his own potential as Yash will walk his way up, try and take some zone control. You can see Weeball very much tucked into the corner, the Pearl there as well, sending shots down range. But the Brock, yeah, just having that AoE damage means that it's a little bit hard to push through.
Yeah, the battle of just the lane denial, it seems, at the moment, but oh my days, that is a lot of damage that just came through.
That is why they bought the Brock. Wall break, clear out some of those defensive positions that Blink are going to be looking to play around. And they are getting some damage back, but Brock is ultimately going to make it very, very hard to stay in these positions. He should be able to clear out the entire map, but yeah, the Angelo just chews through the shield there, drop the base coming out. Has the super as well, so he's going to be able to heal himself up. Angelo not really suffering too much, and Ash hasn't really found an opening, jumps onto the back pocket. Ash, they find their opening. Kaiser the first to fall, flying around, Kit in the back pocket. So all of a sudden, one of those is no longer targetable. Yash just trying to split the difference, and yeah, damage output from a Kit onto an Ollie. It is a pretty one-sided affair. Blink start strong.
Yeah, really good beginning here for Blinks. Only one more win is all that separates them from the grand final here as well. And look, I mean, all things considered, they've managed to really control their pace pretty well. But now the problem being is that as the covers diminish as well, yeah, Trash Ant as well will need to play his cards really well. But his positioning, actually, I have to commend him. His positioning has been really well to be just a thorn in the side of the Wii Ball roster as well.
Carrying me in effect, so back pocket Kit engaged. He's going to have to back off. Hypercharge is going to be there for Yash, but unfortunately Trash is taking a lot of damage. So is Brawl. Catches one of those charge arrows, catches two of them. And Ash is going to try and tank up shots. Kaiser going in, Hypercharge ready and available now. Yash has to make a play, jumps on it, Kaiser with a gadget tries to get away, but Hideaki falls. Ash going to finish him off. Kaiser not long for the world either, and Harshit falls. They take the two, one more to go. And they are able to take the whole series here. The first round of the knockout successful, but a pretty clean first round to boot.
Yeah, Wii Ball roster trying to keep themselves locked in, but things are looking pretty bleak, all things considered. In we go for round number 2 straight away. We've been a little bit skeptical about, you know, some of the choices, but Wii Ball unfortunately just couldn't really fully realize some of their picks, and the Oli pick ultimately hasn't really brought too much of the favor as they hoped it would be. They got close, but unfortunately no cigar just yet. Once again, playing around the borders of the map into the bushes is certainly going to be the play, at least for the Kit.
The pocket kit, powerful. The assassin kit, just as powerful. Coming in from the sides, does have the super up and available, but is forced off, taking a lot of damage. The healing comes, but Harsh drops that super to clear out even more of these walls. And all that's going to do is enable Angelo with those charge shots to get even more damage out. So
Angelo will be a thorn.
Kit is missing off the screen, looking for a big flank on the top side, but he's been spotted out. Has super into the back pocket. It is Janet time. In just a moment, these guys are setting up that AoE for a bit of healing. Zone potential. Trash taking a lot of damage right now. But the power of the Janet means that he can take to the skies at a moment's notice. But no, Ash has fallen off. The Ash has got his open. Big kills coming out. Harsh it falls. And it's going to be Ash who survives in the thick of it on the kit. One more to go, and Blinks book a grand finals berth.
Jeez, that was a close one as well, Panda. Blinks looking like they nearly fell apart there amidst all of that chaos, but their positioning has been absolutely on point, and honestly an absolute treat to watch as well. One of the walls goes down. Oh, a very swift wipe of the Blinks roster as we will not looking to back out of this matchup, well, in any quiet form, really.
Yeah, it's clearing out more of these walls. But the guys should be coming in soon. Kaiser does have the super Harsh working. Sitting pretty happy at the moment as a Brockwood. Yeah, Janet is in it. World of Strife does have the hypercharge up and available. So this could come down to a cheeky gas play off the back of Janet, or you could just, deny anything more from them in terms of resources. Knows full well that they can lose this and then go into the decider and still have it on the map to play with. So not the worst decision, honestly.
Oh yeah, far from it. Yeah, there's still an opportunity to really make those plays happen, and they're far from being in trouble, really. The problem now is that those bushes are starting to diminish pretty quickly, and Trash Ant is actually taking a lot of damage, but in comes the hypercharge, though, from Janet.
Oh, Hideaki, low, very low, and it's going to be a great play out of Yash to force the 2v1. Trash Ant, unfortunately, taking some big damage, jumped on just a second too late. Ash King as well, taking some massive damage from Harshit. He's also low. Big opportunity, Ash, he might just solo it out all by himself. Kaiser gets the super off, gets a bit of healing back with 800 HP and a dream. He will be given the opportunity to get the healing off, and the snake taunt coming out there. Yash takes some big damage. So did Ash King. But Kaiser jumped on, finished off, Blinks into the grand finals. Unfortunately for Weeball, their tournament is done.
Yeah, quite an unfortunate turnaround there, really, for Weeball. A pretty valiant effort really coming out from them, but yeah, massive kudos for Blinks. They managed to, like you said, book their spot into the grand finals, and what a turnaround it was. From here on out, the question being is, how will the 77 versus Monarchy will really pan out, because that is going to be a whole different hot topic really to talk about, because both of these rosters could do quite a fair bit of damage. Matter of fact, Monarchy coming into this almost as a dark horse, given that their first matchup has been forfeited.
Yeah, we haven't seen them play yet, so it's going to be interesting to see how they do. And they're technically their first match in the semi-finals, so they are at least guaranteed top 4, so they are in the money, if nothing else. So it's about how much of that money they could take for themselves, because a win in the semi-finals gets you at least $12.50. A loss only gets you to 500, so you might as well try, if nothing else. We're going to go to a quick break. On the other side, we look towards our second semi-final of the night. Hello and welcome back. We are here in the lead up to the Road to Brawl Cup for Southeast Asia and South Asia. It's South Asia tonight. The winners of this tournament accrue points towards that Road to Brawl Cup, and we have already sent a number of teams home. In fact, we are left with 3. We head to our second semi-final of the evening. Blink's already waiting in that grand final for either the winner of 77 or Monarchy. Because we saw 77 play in a very impressive match against higher quality damage, the Kazakhstanis. Monarchy we saw absolutely none of because their opponents unfortunately forfeited, but 77 looked pretty on the ball when it came to Brawl Stars.
Oh, absolutely. They were more than just on the ball. They were full on playing a whole different game. Whilst the Kazakhstanis were playing checkers, they were playing chess. And look, 77.
Well, actually, they were both playing Brawl Stars, so you're both wrong.
Yeah. Jokes hard. Got me good there. But look, all things considered, 77 are looking very much promising going into this matchup. Whereas on the side of Monarchy, they're a bit of a dark horse. We didn't get to see them play today, so this is going to be their first performance, just in general.
I mean, look, maybe, yes, Dark Horse is the right word, but again, pillars of the South Asian Brawl Stars community, it is Monarchy, Srant, Captain Rox, and Aaron have been playing in the region for a wee while. They were in the, at least Captain Rox was in the last Asia Pacific tour coming out of South Asia. They're also going to be playing on favourable ping, given that they are the locals compared to what I understand is the United Arab Emirates team, or Saudi team. So they will have that advantage. And look, I think it's only fair given the fact that they've had to play at such significant ping disadvantages throughout the monthly finals of 2024. Playing on the Singaporean servers is a bit of a rough time from India. But yeah, look, going into this matchup, we've already seen the maps. We've seen them play out. We got to 4 maps. We missed out on the 5th. And of course, they're on your screen. It is triple. Now, yes, look, the map for triple is wrong. It is still triple that we're playing, but it is not the map shown on your screen. We made it all the way to Gold Arm Gulch for the knockout. We did not, unfortunately, get to the bounty on Hideout to round it out because, I mean, in terms of what you've been seeing between these two teams, are we going to see anything all that crazy, you reckon?
Look, I think if anything, maybe the Monarchy will be the one to really bring out the unexpected picks. I would imagine 77 showed us that they are. That they have their comfortable picks and they can just roll with those. They know exactly each other's roles and they can play that down to a T, especially when it came down to some of the more heavily on the zone control maps. So something like the pardon me, some of the more area controlling lineups would be quite perfect here for them. But overall, look, I'm probably still going to bank my imaginary point here onto the 77 roster to advance to play against the Blinks, just because they were arguably out of the whole of the quarterfinals were the most convincing performer.
Well, there's one thing I know for sure. We're not going to see a Finks, mostly because he doesn't come out for like 4 days. So 5-ish days. Yeah. So there's definitely no way that we're going to see that coming in. But there is still a lot up for grabs in the grand scheme of what we've been seeing played. I don't think we're going to let see too many of those egregious bans being let through. We saw that, Mr. P being let through and just being as punishing as it was in some of our previous matchups. I think these teams, well, I say that. I would hope that both these teams have a decent understanding, seeing, as Captain Rox has played competitively for the most part over the last 12 months. He did make it into the Asia Pacific Tour as well. So, has been very active in the Indian Brawl Stars community. So, look, again, 77, at least to me, are probably the team that has the most potential for out-of-the-box thinking, I suppose. But realistically, they look fairly capable. I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy out of them.
I mean, give me more Ruff's performance, really. that was the one that really was a big out of nowhere for me. That really managed to down quite a lot of plays, especially in his own controlling game modes. But look, yeah, I'm all up for the 77 derby from them. And otherwise, look for the Monarchy roster. I'm just curious to see what they really bring out to the table, because again, overall they are the ones that we sort of were hoping to see on the higher up positions in the qualifiers. Unfortunately for them, their star players really left, and instead it's Captain Rox and Aaron that replaced them. So it is technically more so of the different lineup of the players for the Monarchy team. So well, new ideas, new plays, and straight off the bat, it's actually Hank, Mr. P, and Poco banned out from them.
No double ups though. You see the Carl, the Melody, and the Lou, the response from Semi. I mean, look, the one brawler that I wanted to see, because he was just about to come out, was Clancy for the Asia Pacific Tour last year, and then he just sort of dropped off the face of the planet in competitive play, just never saw the light of day. But it is going to be Ollie coming out, the Hard G for 77th, start off this pick phase. Yeah, look, solid tank at the moment, but oh boy indeed, Maisie coming through in response. Yeah, look, you can't be getting too close. And a Juju as well. So they really do have a lot of min-max potential here.
Yeah, with Maisie as well, a lot of damage over the range. Though the health pool is not looking particularly too pretty, though, comparative to Juju. Obviously, still 1,200 HP more. But yeah, the ability to dish out the damage here is going to be quite phenomenal on the side of Monarchy. So, look, yeah, that's already quite a step into a different direction here from what we've seen just before. Curious what will be the last one to really, double down on this, because maybe with Poco out of the equation as well, things could be quite curious. But a Grey pick on the side of 77 once again sort of repeats.
Grey.
Yeah,
but I rate this. I mean, look, they've got a lot of follow, they've got a lot of engage, they've got a lot of moving that ball up the field potential for 77 between the Ollie and the Grey now. If that super's up for the Grey, decent pass up, you then just pop to the portal and you're good to go. Means you have a lot of a bailout potential as well. For Monarchy, yeah, I'm kind of looking for someone to be that ball runner for the team, or at least just enable it. And a Kenji from 77 coming out. Oh boy, they've drafted something that is a little bit spicy.
Yeah, that is definitely spicy. I'm quite excited for the Kenji pick to come on through, because he's one of the few brawlers that we don't really get to see frequently, but in the right hands, he has a lot of potential. On the side of Monarchy, though, I'm now sort of thinking what else could be, because yeah, they already have quite a fair bit of damage now. Maybe somebody like El Primo. No, Frank. Okay. Even better. Yeah. I'm loving this. Monarchy, honestly, looking pretty strong and pretty consistent whilst at it as well.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to be concerned about here. I think if you are 77, I mean, the one benefit is that Kenji does regen a decent amount of HP. Unfortunately, that HP is going to mean little to nothing in the face of a Frank, who is just going to demolish you. As soon as he gets that hypercharge up, he becomes a real problem. There's a lot of wall break as well out of this Monarchy draft. For 77, yeah, they've definitely got their work cut out for them.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of things to still consider. So there's problems galore that is looking to come on through, and I'm just curious to see where this takes us. Overall, straight off the bat, we do get the straight full-on send.
The slice and dice.
Yeah, the slice and dice coming on through, and straight off the bat, the Juju is gone.
Oh,
vanished. Frank as well.
Done there. That's rough. Yeah, Frank down. Leaves you in a rough spot. Then easy to try and deny. The super comes out from Hard G, but he just popped there. Big damage coming out. Captain Rox drops the super and catches M7D on the tail end of it. That Gregory is soaking a lot of damage. Oh, he does have the super there to close gap. Flash and dash. He's coming in. Hard G picks up the ball. He's going to look to try and shred through Captain Rox, but the super comes out. He dashes on through, looking for more, but Captain Rox, the Frank damage is just too potent, honestly. And Arance is looking at Oaki with the teleport in. They can't get that ball in, unfortunately. But big jump in from Aaron on the Maisie. Trying to create space. Kenji goes down once again. And you look at it. We're not even at overtime. There's 90 seconds to overtime. And all those walls are gone. All those walls are cleared out. Captain Rox off the mark. The Ollie jumps away to safety. And this might be the turning point. Great opening here. Hard G. The slash and dash creates the space. And it will be Monarchy missing out, dropping the ball and allowing 7-7 to score first.
Absolutely phenomenal turnaround here, and despite the all the pressure and all the pain that HapG endured, he's able to throw it in. No, he's just able to just absolutely thread it in through the needle. And what a result for that one! What in God's green earth was that play? Is just mind blowing.
Yeah, I mean, just the power of the Genji, just so much space creation. You've just got so much mobility on this team. You dance and duck and diving around, and Monarchy forced to split the difference. And as a result, yeah, this Genji worked really well. I thought there was potential for a lot of punish coming his way, but given that sustain, given the damage output from his teammates, it's just brilliant, honestly. And Lorenzo's trying to walk that ball back into a safe position, give his team time to spawn back up. Captain Rock's there on the flank. I think has a lot of work to do, but HapG is going to be there to meet him. Looks to jump across, wants to finish off the Juju and the Maze. He jumps on in, big super, but it's not enough.
Yeah, not enough just yet, but a lot of progress is being done. No, is the ball going to be enough? No, it's completely shut down. Just walked right into the goal to make it a first point for Monarchy. They're looking to bring a bit of a revenge after what was an absolute shutdown from 77.
Strand went for the pass on Lorenz, but unfortunately he dies just as the ball would have landed at his feet. And there you go, big clean up. The Captain Rocks, M70 jumping into the back line. Lorenz is looking for the clearance kick, and he will get it to the halfway mark. But HapG in with the super. He's got the slash and dash, but Captain Rocks with the super stun denies and takes down 2. That was a big halt of momentum. They're just going to clear the ball to the back corner. They know that they need another wipe, and there are just too many grave portals coming in. Captain being jumped on. He's in trouble. He's gone. And look off the back of that HapG. Goes, recovers the ball from the top right. Sran looking for the clearance kick back into the corner. They will look for it, but the super comes out. Lorenz drops. HapG still alive. Looking for the dash on board, and it's all smoke and mirrors. Just walks the ball on in. One more, and 77 will take the lead in this series from that one.
Poor Captain Rocks couldn't even stop that final walk in from Aoki, and yep, that is all that there is for him, at least for the time being. For now, though, early initial momentum has been going pretty steadily in the hands of Monarchy, but unfortunately for them, they weren't able to really fully capitalize just yet onto this momentum. Even HapG is able to just run away and uses the portal. Unfortunately, forfeits the ball control, and that just a walk in. No,
what a stun! What a stun!
Shutdown and taken away the ball. That is just absolutely outrageous. And now M7 is able to keep on walking. In comes the ball. 8 seconds remaining. We might be just going into the overtime.
Potentially Captain's there. Does get isolated. M7. Overtime's there, but the slash and dash is enough. HapG just able to work his way up the field. Great touch out of 77 to clear. And Monarchy, yeah, just lacking a way to deal with the mobility of the 77 roster. I think that was brilliantly drafted by this team. I think they dominated that game.
Yeah, the momentum play there was absolutely phenomenal from 77. And I think with the roster that Monarchy did bring in, any other game mode, even say a gem grab with this sort of roster would have been a bit more potent, but unfortunately just, things did not really pan out the way how they wanted it. I think the overall, play from the Monarchy roster was still really good, all things considered, and the lineup did work out pretty well. It's just unfortunately, I think, in terms of the overall positioning and just how the whole chaos been managed, 77 were just the better team going into this one. Now onto the gem fort for the gem grab. Look, once again, side bushes still allow for a lot of sneaky plays, and we got to see them being used in spades. So I'm expecting a very similar approach here, though 77 don't seem to be shying away from an all-out engagement from themselves.
Yeah, look, it definitely felt like Monarchy put themselves at a rough spot from the coin toss, so you got to be a little bit careful there. The mobility was just too much. Yeah, the Frank's a great idea and all, does a lot to shut things down, but if he's just being chewed through, that damage is just gross coming out of 77. Yeah, now going into the gem for the gem grab, I think, realistically, Monarchy should be able to slow this one down, bring a draft that works a little bit better for them, clear out some of those walls, play some of those long lines of sight. I wouldn't be surprised if we see marksman coming through. It is a map that does favour the marksman, having those long lines of sight, something Probably not the Piper, again, just because it isn't the strongest in the current state, but there is definitely room to work with. And there you go. Lou's banned out from both sides this time. Mr. P and Gene copping it from 77. It's Anita and Ash being taken out by Monarchy, and they're going to opt to pick the Ollie for themselves this time.
Yeah. Yeah, the Ollie pick has been a fairly sort of decent middle ground pick in terms of when you want a bit of a tanky brawler to really, you know, introduce to the roster overall. I mean, 1100 HP is pretty solid, all things considered, and you know, the ability to, you know, utilize the super that is the Hypnotize does still bring in quite a fair bit of utility. So Ollie still can do quite a fair bit of work here. Now on the side of 77 here, the introduction of Janet is looking to bring in a little bit more of that unpredictable, a little bit more of that I guess dive material really from her, given that the super does allow her to traverse pretty quickly.
And the berry as well offers a little bit of sustain, plus a little bit of safety in terms of distance, not to mention a throw that will play over those walls very, very well. The 77, again, I think you possibly lean into some tank for this comp. I mean, potentially you just offer a disengage. Again, something along the lines of a Charlie, something with a bit of CC that is going to make it harder for Monarchy to engage in on.
True, yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Poco choice on the side of Monarchy for Saran as well. Wouldn't be a bad idea either, really.
Yeah.
So there's quite a fair few pretty good you know, lineups being introduced. Frank as well, once again for Monarchy. They're doubling down, okay. I'm
look, they're going to be
actually
able to
looking
clear
forward
out
to
the
that.
walls. Ollie does well, Poco does well, Frank does well, assuming they can close the gap, which is going to be a bit of a struggle. Janet, that super online, you're not going to be able to do much to her. Same with Berry, that super, the sweet swirl comes out, you just dip on out of there and you're not really threatened all that much. The wall clear, I think, yeah, if you get some wall break here on 77, you're not really going to have a safe place to operate from if you're this Poco. I think 77, the Daryl as well, so some gap close. Look into the double tanks, it does all right. I think realistically, you probably could have upped it into more damage, just played space, not really got enough. I think the big threat is obviously 2 tanks of the Poco. They are going to sustain very, very well. They can just sort of sit on the gems and stack them up to 10 and play that way. So yeah, you kind of need something that can get up in the face of it and contest.
Indeed, that's the case. Look, plenty of opportunities for that success, and I believe this is our first double tank lineup that we get to see tonight. Panda, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm quite excited to see how that really pans out.
For better or for worse, we'll have to see. I think, yeah, having the Poco in the back line is going to offer a little bit more sustain. You weren't realistically going to be able to go for much in terms of anti-tank, just because there's just too many targets, and yeah, off the back of it, it's going to be a very heavy contest. And it is the Hell in the Cell in the middle of the map. And it is going to be 77 forced out of it first. Captain Rocks on the Frank is taking a lot of damage. You got to be careful here because Janet does very well. A lot of damage, a lot of range. And there you go. Daryl jumps on in, but takes so much damage. Strand open things up. Captain Rock's still alive. Will finally be finished off, but it's a trade ultimately in the end. And Arky, all he can do is run.
Yeah, had to run, had to dip, go for the hit and run play here, but yeah, it seems like the double tank play is actually working just the right way here for Monarchy, as they are just too hefty, too heavy to really get rid of, and that is not even a single opportunity to get the frag. Aoki once again tries to use the super, but ultimately just cannot get a single firm grasp yet.
Got the base going out, but yeah, all you're getting is Captain Rocks has got the gems, yes, but for the most part, Poco, your gem carrier is going to be still alive. Strand there in the thick of things, just been an absolute nuisance. They are going to control it, hypercharge there, available Captain Rocks if they can keep him healthy. He's going to do a lot of damage here if you're not careful. The wind up, the slam onto Hot G, he's melted, absolutely destroyed. Arky trying to finish off Captain Rocks, he will. He's looking for more, and those gems will remain on the ground, but Strand staying alive. They keep the gap, they keep control for the most part. Up to 9 now, they're about to hit counter as that gem is about to drop, and it should be available to them. It does drop. On the 77 side of things, but Hard G jumps on in with a sweet swirl. The counter is going to start. Captain Rocks to play the choke. He's got no gems, so he doesn't care. Clears out your Daryl. That was the predominant amount of threat onto your back line. So yeah, great super here from Captain Rock. Stops
stun as
Arky.
well.
And yeah, just absolutely shuts it down. Has the hyper. Unfortunately, there's only so much you can do into this double tank lineup with a Poco on the back line. And the Daryl just doesn't offer enough threat onto the Poco to shut it down.
Yeah, not enough of a damage output to really even get through all that thickness that Monarchy has introduced. And look, yeah, we were sounding a little bit skeptical about the double tank lineup, but it all worked out just the right way. Now, question being, can 77 really figure out the absolute solution to this problem, or whether this will be just a one-all going into map number 3 that is going to be the hot potato. As it stands, Captain Rocks falls first. Now it finally does seem like 77 have figured out at least how do they focus their opponents, and certainly that seems to be the case here. Another dive. Is it enough? No. Unfortunately, just had to fall back, but still plenty of harass coming on through.
It allows them to secure the gem. The next one should be going the way of 77. They should be able to take Captain Rocks in the backside. And is finished off. Captain Rock's still alive. Gets away with a massive damage output of Frank. Arky takes to the skies. And it will be a 5-3 gem lead. Daryl diving deep, looking for something, drop the base, comes in, and Captain Rock's going to split the difference. Great hypercharge, big damage, big heals from the Poco. And now Arky trying to do what he can. Hypercharge is up and available, looking to dish out the damage to finish off Captain Rocks. Anyone, anything at all, but not going to find the opportunity. They right the ship. Great heals coming out. Arens is just playing out of his mind right now to keep the team in it. Captain Rocks drops the super. PUBG dives on with a sweet swirl. This is just a problematic situation. Ninth gem secured. Daryl dives on in, but the heals from the Poco are just too much. Captain Rocks, big damage, finishes off PUBG. Arky again comes in too little, too late. As that countdown timer will start, Saran is just creating gap. Arky, 200 HP, not much to work with. Daryl there in the front lines, won't have the super to work with. And a massive, massive gem grab here from Monarchy.
Wow. Absolute shutdown in every possible capacity. Monarchy really coming back into this matchup with a whole comeback of their own, making it a 1-all. At the conclusion of map number 2, Gem Fort was just their battleground, and well, 77 picked the wrong house in this case. Now going into map number 3, that is the hot potato. Look, this has been a very, very heated map to really play around. We got to see some absolutely nutty swings of momentum from both sides. So into the hot potato, into the highest fast-paced map has been a very playstyle changing, really a game mode, that very playstyle changing map as well. And from here on out, things will get even more heated, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big problem with the draft there, unfortunately, from 77. They needed something that could contest to try and get in and find the opportunity to control the gem spawn. Unfortunately, it felt like they were back in the corner. The realization that, oh, they're running double tanks, we kind of need some front line. We've got the Berry already, who's going to be a great thrower. I think they were playing just a little bit too aggressively off the back of the Berry, when in reality it could have definitely enabled some longevity out of Daryl, but it definitely felt like there was a bit of a disconnect between the Daryl and the Berry. If you were trying to just keep the Daryl in the fight for a little bit longer, which is what the Berry should have been doing in that situation, I think they come out a little bit closer. Maybe not ultimately winning out in the end, but at least potentially drawing it out to a decider rather than just the 2-0 that we saw. Going into, yeah, hot potato, the heist. Again, yeah, we've seen some interesting stuff. We've seen some shenaniganizing, but as we get into it, yeah, Daryl, Melody, Crow Band out, Juju, Melody, and Anita the response. The Berry going to be insta-picked up here by 77. We did see it in that last heist as well. Likely the answer going to be something along the lines of a Barley, which, again, fills a very similar role in terms of the heist.
I mean, Carl has been actually a pretty good, solid pick, all things considered as well, for this roster, but instead we actually get a Grift on the side of Monarchy and Amber. Oh, look, you know, I've learned my lesson. I'm a simple man. I see Amber. I'm expecting some huge damage numbers as well, and Saran, I mean, managed to play his momentum, his pacing really, really well. So I'm looking forward to this.
I mean, Griff's going to be opening up a lot of those walls. gives them those long angles for the Amber to go to work on the safe as well. Means that there's a lot less security for this berry as a thrower. 77 now need to, I think, pivot a little bit, honestly. The Daryl, they being the ones to ban it out as well. I think, look, Daryl wasn't bad in that last game. I think probably could have done a lot for them, but it's not going to be an option here. Okay, all right. Okay, that is an interesting call, to say the very least. Jesse, the turret's coming out. I mean, look, it's not a bad pick. Neither is the BB, but definitely not at the top of the list of what I would have expected to see. So if you get the Scrappy down in the right place on the safe, it is going to be doing a decent amount of damage, especially if you get the hypercharge out as well. But in saying that, you might find yourself struggling to get to the point where that Scrappy can come out at all.
Yeah, look, the BB one is going to be a pretty curious, given that it is one of the. Oh wow! Okay.
The Buzz, I love Buzz.
The Buzz choice as well. Yeah, that is a big one. But yeah, on the side of BB, at the very least, it's a very fast-moving tank, albeit sacrificing a bit more of the health pool now, delving closer to what usually you would see a bit of a chunkier DPS brawlers as well, 9,600 HP to run with. But I reckon, having the Spitball Super as well will be quite potent here for the heist. So I am looking forward to what both of these rosters can actually introduce, because we're now starting to really flex, a bit more of an expanded brawler pool as well.
Yeah, I come all in for this Buzz pick here for Captain Rocks. I think if he finds an opening, he is going to be very, very tough to deal with. I mean, look, you could have gone for the safer option. You could have gone for CC, but who wants boring? Who wants safe? Commit. If you're going to do it properly. Captain Rock's taking some big damage up this left-hand lane. Has a super right under this safe.
Straight off the bat.
And he's going straight in for an M7D. Corralled into a corner. He's going to find himself a solo, killing the back line. So they followed up the kill on the Hard-G as well. So all this time, Captain Rocks is whistling away at the safe. The spawn comes back, and they will take out the two absolute menaces in the mid lane. And in their spawn, strangely enough, but yeah.
And he's going back at it again.
Yeah, he's doing the exact same thing. Has the super, so has the delivery system onto the safe. They've rotated the BB over there. You go wall break, the jump on in, M7D, just evaporated. This Buzz,
Gone. Yeah, Buzz. What Buzz?
Yeah, well,
BB would be.
They split the difference. They could have gone for an angle. Scrappy's going to be there, chipping away at the tower. But all this time, Captain Rocks is on their save, so it's the all-in commit here. 77 realise they just need to go in and try and do something, and they've got the damage too. They're going to outpace the Buzz, damage. Unfortunately. 77 have the numbers game. Monarchy outpaced, outmaneuvered, lose the defensive line, and there's not much Captain Rocks can do off the back of it.
Yeah. Plus, the initial momentum was absolutely great from Captain Rocks. Just unfortunately, just him being solo against the full stack of 77 players just did not pan out too well. Now, curious to see if that is going to be a very similar game plan going into the round number 2. But look, yeah, things could get quite heated here. In fact, Captain Rocks going right on in against the
Want to see me do it again?
And want to see me do it again. This time it's only just a tap for 2%. And in the meantime, RNS is looking to do some damage. No, not even close.
But the jump in again, great positioning here. Hard-G does trade out with Shrine, but it's damage, sustainable damage onto the tower. Captain Rocks up on the wings, looking for the jump on the tower. He gets hit back, but finds his one, finds his two. And now Arensis walks up and will start chipping away at that safe. Clears out some more of these walls. Has the super available. Captain Rocks in the wings, waiting for his opportunity. Scrappy does go down, but that is the Scrappy that would likely have been better used on this safe. Jumping to the back line. Monarchy still have taken the more superior damage, and Hard-G on the berry is going to town. Captain Rocks, hypercharge up and available. Jumps on the Arky. Big damage to finish off the Jesse here. Oh dear, I mean, it looked like the Buzz was the answer. Unfortunately, when you just completely outmaneuver your opponents, get back onto the save, it's a completely different matter. M7D jumped on by Captain Rocks, finished off, the BB is no more. But they just cannot find the opening off the back of it for anything. Hard-G just explodes Captain Rocks.
Just like that, it's all a complete chaos. 41 and ticking down. Monarchy is opting, well, not even opting, they are supposed to lose this in an absolute wreckage. Not even remotely close or remotely contested. 77 coming out the victor on this one. That is it already up for the heist. We were expecting, you know, a much more prolonged, a lengthier, you know, battle for this one, but 77 had other plans. They have a grand final to book for themselves, and they are certainly looking to, you know, prove that straight on right here, right now. Going into now the Gold Arm Gulch. This was the place where we finished up our last semi-final. Is this going to be the finishing round for this semi-final? I'm pretty certain it is, with the way how 77 have sped up. They are looking pretty potent.
I mean, I thought on paper for sure Captain Rocks was going to be able to do a little bit more, but they found their answer, which was just, you know, have your BB walk up the far side of the map, create pressure, allow the Berry and the Jesse to just isolate out Captain Rocks, deny him any significant damage onto that tower, build up the hypercharge on the Jesse, get the Scrappy down, sit it right next to the safe, and I mean, it almost single-handedly soloed out that safe at the end there. Not to mention the fact that if Berry finds the space, gets the Sweet Swirl off onto that safe as well, it's a lot of damage. Just absolutely melted Monarchy's backline. And there was not much you could do off the backside of it. Now, yeah, we head to the knockout. It's Gold Arm Gulch, map 4. Yeah, I'm 100% with you. If 77 keep playing the way they are, this is going to be a 3-1, and we are going to be seeing them in the grand finals alongside Blinks, Daryl, Lou, Gene banned out, Mr. P, Gene, and Juju banned out. So Gene, cop and love from both sides of the equation. Ollie coming in. It seems to be a pretty highly contested pick.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie has been providing the goods pretty consistently. Obviously, not as big of a standout, I feel, of a performing brawler, but instead of just an overall pretty consistent pick on the side of the Monarchy pick. It is the choice of Pearl coming on through, plus the RT as well. I'm quite actually thrilled to see how that will really pan out, because Monarchy, look, they have been bringing out some of the more curious sort of picks here and there. We even got to see, you know, the double tank coming out from them, which actually worked out extremely well during the gem grab. But otherwise, look, things have not been looking particularly too promising for them. So maybe this is one of those sort of a Hail Mary set of picks.
I mean, the Pearl RT, fairly tanky front line. Not full beef, but Pearl has a decent amount of survivability, not to mention a lot of damage. Piper coming out for 77.
Right.
So looking to play that long range threat, has a little bit of safety in that super once it's up and available. And the Grey, so a lot of long range snipe, not to mention the Ollie on top. So Monarchy are going to have to play their positions very, very well. You have to be very careful.
A lot. Yeah. For 77, they read the assignment very, very well. Gold Arm Gulch does allow you to utilize and abuse the long range positions to really play it out. So look, for Piper, this is going to be absolutely perfect, really. And in the meantime, for Monarchy, they'll need to figure out a way how to shorten that distance. Look, as crazy of a pick, maybe it would have been a max pick, but no, we actually get a completely different one. Yeah.
So Monarchy just all in on the front line. So you got RT, fairly hefty. Buster, fairly hefty. Pearl, decent damage, fairly hefty. So it is going to be a little bit for 77 to chew through. Unfortunately, I think with the Grey... Oh, look, to be fair, it does survive the hook reasonably well. It's not going to be doing as much damage. Piper's still a fairly big threat. Obviously, if you catch yourself at the far end of one of her shots, it is still going to be hurting.
Yeah, there's still a lot of opportunities for this to play out in both really ways. I mean, we got to see, you know, the power of stacking just the HP in full, so quite possibly this actually could be a perfect opportunity for the play. But yeah, on the side of 77, they need to play smart. They need to not really give away the early engagements, as that would be quite key, seeing as how squishy both Aoki and HabG are.
I mean, in the whole, the big health disparity is between the Piper and pretty much everyone else. But for the most part, I mean, Grey in on the back lines here, bro. Monarchy back to the corner here. That's the problem with the Piper. Those max range shots are going to be hitting very, very hard. And while, yes, you are a fairly hefty frontline team, it's still not ideal.
So it is. Now for 77, they're playing their positions actually really, really well. just not really overexposing themselves, not really letting this slide out. Already spotted out on the flank. Needs to be very cautious about how they play it out. No, M7 falls. That is the last thing that you want. That's your frontliner. That's your tank out of the equation. Now two very squishy damage dealers are now in the play, and that could mean a lot of problems.
In the montage there, providing a lot of damage neutralization. HubG just walks into the gas and cops it. This Pearl damage output is pretty gnarly. And if they lose out on one of those key types, especially if you lose out on the Ollie first, you just have zero front line, and Grey and Piper ultimately just crumble from there. Strand does have the super. They've looked to isolate M7D here, but he backs himself off, luckily enough.
For now, a bit of a calm before the storm, really, it feels. Isran is the one to really initiate a few of those matchups. As it seems here, Captain Rox is actually playing his position extremely well, really just trying to force out some of the engagement and getting some of the flanks going. Him playing it out on Buster has been actually a pretty potent addition for the roster of Monarchy here.
PUBG drops the Piper just to clear out some of those walls, give them more angles to try and threaten onto as the Piper. But yeah, lines in the sand. You do have the Kane. If you isolate a target out, you realistically should be able to finish them off and then collapse onto the rest of the team. But Shram walking up too far, pushes off the mark. He finds the 1-for-1,
no.
and ultimately the 2-for-1 off the back of Arens is pushing on it. M7D cuts deep, but the HP is not there into the face of Captain Rox. He's going to get the stun off. Hypnotize, in fact. But ultimately, yeah, Captain Rox just turns too much HP. They work it through, and Monarchy will take the first round of knockout. One more needed for them, and they push it to the map 5, which we have yet to see in the semi-finals. It would be Hideout, but realistically, it's far from over.
Oh yeah, far from it, indeed. 77, look, even if they do lose out this very matchup, it's not the end of the world just yet for them. They still have one more map to play it out, but obviously they would still prefer to really play it out as, well, get their win as early as possible. But with HubG, this is going to be quite a problematic turnaround.
Yeah, Monarchy, look at his speed run, the Gold Arm Gulch here. One more, and we force on to Hideout Bounty for the decider. Right now, I mean, he does have the super here. It could set M7D up for the push on into the team. He does struggle a little bit with that gap, close it out, being punished, and Grey is a great answer to that with the portal. So we'll have to see, but M7D would have to close that gap, largely telegraphs the play into what the game plan is, and Monarchy just holding that distance. Not going to be playing it too recklessly at all by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah. It would take a bit of a luck really to get started and initialize this engagement from the distance. If HubG is able to connect the 1 or 2 shots really here, Sran would be the ideal one to really look out for, and that first shot does land pretty well, but it's Captain Rox to initiate the fight, but fight needs to go, and well indeed, so they certainly be able to claim the life. Sran needs to fall, but no, not enough. HubG still in the play, still there, but no, it's an utter wipe. Monarchy, they are not looking to back away anytime soon.
Yeah, look, when you jump on into a huge amount of damage output, it was always going to end in a pretty rough spot. But there you go. We are going to tie the match up 2-2 now. We are going to that Hideout Bounty, Monarchy, and 77. We wiped that slate clean. The previous 4 maps essentially no longer matter. It comes down to the Hideout. It comes down to the Bounty as well. And the Grey, yeah, look, a lot of questions about that pick coming through for me at least. I think, honestly, you could have played just a full poke comp, or you just could have played a slightly more engaged heavy comp, something that's going to synergize a little bit better for the Grey. But the Piper definitely left with a lot of questions. I mean, you are forced into a situation where you no longer have those long lines of sight as the gas closes in. Whatever the case may be, we head to map 5. That is the absolute certainty.
Yeah, that is definitely the absolute certainty. Yeah, I have to say, from 77, it felt like it was a bit of a case of just not really be able to, commit to the bit. in every sort of capacity. And matter of fact, they didn't really have the health pool to commit to that said bit as well. They brought out the Piper expecting that it would be the be-all end-all, but the one time that they tried to put her into the same bush lane as the enemies were, and it was just pain, it was suffering, and well, misery to follow through with that as well. So look, going now into the final map, the hideout bounty. Again, a sniper map that can allow you to utilize the range, but we've got to see a pretty lackluster turnaround for the sharpshooters so far.
And I mean, it's worth remembering that after this map, we then go into the grand finals map set, which is again different to what we are now seeing.
Oh yes.
So look, there is potential. There is potential for sure for shenanigans to abound. But yes, as we head to the hideout bounty, in terms of what could potentially come on through, I mean, 77. Look, they've had their picks that have worked well for them. And the Mr. P was let through and taken immediately by 77.
Yeah, 77 realizing just how potent Mr. P is going to be here. And understandably so, he's been one of the few brawlers to dictate the battlefield in spades. So, yeah, with him being in the equation, Monarchy will have to be very wary about what they pick to try to just maybe isolate Aoki and throw a spanner in the works of the momentum play from 77, because otherwise things could get rather problematic. On the side of 77 though, look, what can we expect? Well, you really have to ensure that you don't really play too close range. Maybe RT is the choice here, which I'm all for it for Monarchy.
I mean, look good for them. It's fairly strong at the moment. So, we'll have to see. Gus is seeing a lot of prevalence, offers a lot of long range, very, very real threat that Monarchy could probably utilize here, if we're being honest. Given that there's a lot of destructibles, you're probably not looking towards a thrower by any stretch of the imagination. Max, oh, yeah, that's scary. That's a lot of gap close for 77 for Monarchy if 77 aren't careful. Plus a lot of disengage if they use it correctly.
Dangerous here. Lineup already as is, and Monarchy have been able to flex us, a pretty good ability to play even the a bit more of a heavier lineup. So whichever tank they end up bringing in for this lineup, that is going to be one scary lineup that they could be rolling in with, and potentially upsetting the 77's chances to make it into the grand finals. From there on, look, God knows what could really happen, because on top of that as well, let's not forget, Monarchy didn't have to play the quarters and got to rest up a little bit, got to watch the opponents play. So
I'm here for the bell
factor.
I'm here for the bell pick. One of those scary marksmen, and if you can connect, can be a real problem if you're not careful. So, well, I think Monarchy now forced in a position where they're going to have to position very well, and the grey to come out is hell. So, I mean, there's a lot of isolation threat. If they catch a single target, more than likely they just immediately explode for Monarchy. So, the question now becomes, what do they do to answer back? And it's going to be Brock. So, I mean, look, it's wall break, it's range.
Yeah.
A lot of damage if 77 cluster up, so they do have a lot of punish in that aspect. But, look, I'm not going to say it's the greatest pick of all time, but it is a pick of all time.
It is certainly a pick. If anything, my only sole concern here is that looking at the overall health pool here, it is going to be a bit of a squishier lineup coming out from Monarchy. Which ultimately could be a bit of a problem dealing with the marksman and everything, because that just means that the shots from Bell are going to be hurting just that bit more.
Not to mention the fact that she does ultimately outrange the Brock. We'll have to see, and there you go. Kiji, he's trying to work his way in through, but it will be picked up very successfully there. In the end, they get the blue star, so they do have that tiebreaker advantage. Kane goes wide, and you can see Captain Rock's already going to work, clearing out those bushes, leaving no safe haven for 77 to hide in.
Yeah, I mean, that's one hell of a decision to really play out, and I'm all for it here. Really, Thrawn is trying to just keep on having to throw a spanner in the works here and trying to just force some sort of an engagement. But ultimately, right now, Monarchy is actually doing some pretty solid job, all things considered, with the pressure. But for the time being, oh, that's the kill that we were looking for. Aoki gone, and the early momentum now in favor of Monarchy.
Yeah, I mean, a great hook there onto Captain Rocks, but the Max Super just allows him to create space that little bit quicker, turns around and burns M7D. Another near miss, courtesy of the Max Super. And it's that power of just being able to disengage that comfortably, and Arens is going to finish off our PG as well. HubG on the bell has not been able to find the traction. Again, Max Super hard to charge out here for Captain Rocks. HubG finished off by Saran, and they're just beating out so much off the back of these Max Supers.
Yeah, absolutely solid choices in terms of the play. 6-1 advantage as well from Monarchy, 20 seconds remaining in the round, and that could be it for the first one out of the two that could be played out here. And yeah, it's just putting in the salt on the wound here. And look here, 77 completely looking deflated here going into the fifth map. That is the bounty, and not really able to score themselves any further than just a breadstick of a point.
8-1, yeah, only so much you could do. They got the blue star, but that was immediately handed over. This Max Brock pairing up the left-hand lane, doing so much for Monarchy, just able to avoid out. I mean, they were even hooked once. They couldn't get a super up on the Grey either, just because he was creating so much space. The Bell didn't find any traction, unfortunately, into the RT. So yeah, look, it's not a bad draft by any stretch of the imagination, but Monarchy have drafted to counter it.
Yeah, Monarchy came out quite the victor here in terms of how they have been playing out their drafts, and it's a pleasure to see how they've been able to actually do that. So honestly, going into what could potentially be the wrap-up for this very matchup, Monarchy going into the grand finals is certainly going to be a sight to behold, especially against Blink. So that could be a very prolonged matchup, I reckon. But in the meantime, that's actually an early momentum that is going to be great here for 77.
Great setup damage out of HubG, allows M7 to pull off the super, jump in, finish it off, and get themselves a 3-star advantage. The hook, just a minuscule off the mark. And this is ultimately a $750 map. You win, you are up $750. You lose, you're only hitting $500. So it's definitely worth to bring it. M7 just toying with the portal. Captain Rocks, Adorens just not finding the same synergy that they did in that last round. But time will tell. Captain Rocks drops the super at only half house Aokiji, and he's got those hotel helpers. Great little hook there in through mid onto the Max. Shran now left isolated up that right hand side, and I think this is a great adjustment out of 77. They played a little bit deeper. M7 has been able to pivot between both mid and left and right lanes. Arensis falls soon after, and this is a great adaptation from 77 to adjust. They need to get a big kill onto M7, but you can see the cluster up there. 77 playing spoiler up in the face of it. That's 2 stars with 15 seconds. Arensis, he's so low. And 77's adjustment has enabled them to at least tie up this map and force it to the ultimate decider.
Indeed it is. Yeah, perfect turnaround here for 77 as they do manage to really bring it all back. Bleak a bit more deflated in the round 1 of this map 5, but they finally did manage to bring it back. Now the last one will be the big decider as to what is which team rather is going to be the one to head on over into the grand final, get themselves upgraded in terms of the prize pool as well. But as of now, it's all up to them to really bring it back. As it stands, the very first initial engagement, the hook unfortunately backfires, but 3-all is the initial start line as we do see both of the frags go, well, each of the team's way. M7D is not particularly too happy about that trade-off, and straight off the bat it's the Max to put a bit more pressure just to edge away another set of points.
Yeah, I mean, they shifted the pressure there. I mean, M7D in that last round was able to find success because he was pivoting off the mid lane to both left and right lanes.
Just missed.
This time, Aransis applies that pressure early. They find Aokiji as well. It's M7 with the super, but there's not enough damage to get themselves into that back line of Monarchy and do the damage they need to. With a minute 10 on the clock, 5 stars the difference here. They just have not found the opening that they were looking for. M7 has the super, could look to maybe make a dive on him, but RT is far from the person that you want to dive in on. And HubG is the marksman in this situation and is losing out against the RT.
Yeah, quite an unfortunate result here. Yeah, for HubG, he would be quite a key person to really make a play here, but so much damage being traded away, and M7 is just not looking too good, though does make a bit of a return. Only 3 points now separating the two rosters. The comeback can be real here.
I still just cannot get over the fact that every time I see this RT skin, it looks like he's got a pacifier in. He just looks like a really angry toddler. But right now, yes, 20 seconds left to go. Great jump out from Morensis, avoids the cane. Will not be hooked into the 77 team. You can see 77 need to force the issue. Super is available for 2. 1 now as they do pull it out of the max. Sran, he's in trouble, has to walk on forward. That's not going to be the difference maker, though. They need to pivot on to 2 more. 10 stars. They do get the follow-up. Hook is off the mark. Captain for 1, but it's turned back 17 to 12. The end. Monarchy knock 77 out of the tournament after a valiant run, and it will be Captain Rocks has some words for his opponents, but Monarchy will book themselves a grand finals.
Indeed it is. What a turnaround here from Monarchy, the team that we pronounced the dark horse, ended up really pushing it all out at the end, and what a phenomenal turnaround. I mean, between the Gold Arm Gulch and the Hideout, they managed to edge away the results in their favor, now booking themselves the grand finals against Blinks, and man, that matchup is going to be a saucy one, I reckon.
Well, look, I'm excited for it, and for 77, they bow out, unfortunately, in the semi-finals, but look, it is not the be-all and end-all for them. Obviously, you want to accrue points going into that Road to Brawl Cup, and I believe 77 could potentially be a bit of a dark horse in that run if they have a couple of good placings going into the last couple. But yes, for right now, it is grand finals time. It is going to be Blinks taking on Monarchy. When we come back after the break, it's time to decide who is our monthly final South Asia champion. It's time, grand finals here for the Road to Brawl Stars monthly qualifiers. It's the finals, you win points, you then go to the Road to Brawl Cup, you go to the Brawl Cup, and then you go to either Worlds or LCQ. It's not that hard, honestly, but it's time to get into our grand finals. 2 teams enter. It's an all-Indian derby. It is going to be, of course, Blinks taking on Monarchy. Looking at the bracket to see how we got here, of course. It's been a road, not a huge one, but a road nonetheless. We Brawl make that opening match, unfortunately falling to Blinks, who then progress into the grand finals. Monarchy only played 1 game to get here, but the game they did play was hard fought and definitely deserved. Cthulhu coming into it. The winner walks away with $22.50 in the bank. US dollars, cool hard cash. The loser $12.50. So this is $1,000, $200 per map difference if you lose.
Yeah, look, when you put it like that, it's definitely quite a full-on a nerve wreck of a challenge, I'll have to say, for both teams, as a matter of fact. Blinks here coming into the matchup, they looking nice, calm, and collected. I mean, that 3-1 victory against We Brawl in the upper sorry, not in the upper bracket, more so in the semifinals, was just absolutely phenomenal. And I mean, that trio of Trashhand, Yash, and Ash King has been an absolute pleasure to watch how they perform. Whereas on the other side, the 77 versus Monarchy, they've been look, that was a grueling battle, I'll have to say. A very much of an endurance run, to say the very least, really, between both of the rosters.
Yeah, I mean, Trash, Yash, and Ash, no one rides for free at the end of the day. Unfortunately for them, their opponents looking pretty hot coming out of that last season. Monarchy, Sran, Captain Rocks, and Aaron coming in this. I mean, of the 2 teams, I would argue that Blinks probably looked the stronger. But in saying that, it is not the be-all and end-all. There is still potential for an upset here to come out of Monarchy. In saying it, though, look, it's still Trash. He's World Finals experience. He's played with Revenant. He's got an absolutely stellar roster around him to back him up as we look to get into the final map pool as well. New maps for the grand finals. So a bit of a change up. Hot Zone Open Business, Bounty on Shooting Star. It is Heist on Kaboom Canyon, Brawl Ball on the Sneaky Fields, and then Hard Rock Mine Gem Grab to round it out if we do find ourselves at a 5th map. I mean, Cthulhu coming into this matchup and potential outcomes. You can already see in the layouts of the maps. A lot of long angles, a lot of grass to be able to play around with, especially going into the 3rd and 4th map. So we might see some of those cheeky assassins come out, but there's definitely a lot of room for variety.
Oh yeah, there's lots of plays really to bring on out. I mean, for the open business specifically, I mean, it's a semi-open map, a lot of, you know, well-defined lanes as well to really play around with, and a very, you know, potent map as well for the wall breakers to really dominate. So the main thing here to really well, keep in mind is you really want to have a bit more momentum on your tanks. That's one, and the second one is that you don't really want to, you know, lose a teammate early as well, which is which is just worth to mention, really, just because for open business, it looks like there's going to be quite a fair bit of just, you know, back and forth swinging, but ultimately, I'm curious to see how really Blinks will be able to bring out their own heat, because on a map like open business for the knockout, it's going to be a very, very rough run, I would imagine, no matter how you look at it for both teams.
Look, I think thankfully avoiding the knockout means that we have all respawn game modes at the end of the day. Look, it's a very solid map pool, especially going into a grand final. I'm excited. Yeah, I think there is definitely some possibility for some potential cheesy picks. Not necessarily cheesy, but at least pocket picks for sure. But Blinks coming into it, Monarchy winning that coin toss, should be sitting in a pretty comfortable position, all said and done. But Blinks with a lineup as storied as they are coming out of South Asia. I mean, Trash leading from the front as a world final as a tender under the Revenant roster, who have just announced their new team and will be playing tomorrow in Southeast Asia's tournament. Unfortunately, he's repping the tag for his former team, but coming into today, he has got no one to rely on but his teammates, Yash and Ash.
Indeed the case. Looking at the bans straight from the get-go, Mr. P already with with Lou banned out as well as that, Hank is off the board. Poco is actually the first choice for Monarchy, though, as they have banned out Nita, they've banned out Bali and B, I believe, as well. So pretty well, I want to say stock standard, but the Bali ban definitely speaks a bit more sort of an understanding that they don't really want that area control in the hands of Blinks, and well, rightfully so. Blinks did show us a pretty steady control of such.
I think it also speaks to Monarchy probably opting into a slightly beefier lineup. You can afford to play tanks now with the Poco,
True.
get someone in on the hot zone, and it forces the onus onto Blinks, who are going to immediately lock in the grey. So we are seeing, not even the Asia Pacific grey anymore, it is now South Asia grey. To be fair, it's seeing a pretty prominent uptick in play, just being able to land a cane, isolate the target, jump in, cream whoever you ultimately land on if you find those early chip damage openings. Blinks already, they've got a delivery system to get back in.
Ooh.
If they do find themselves wiped, you portal back in, all of a sudden you're back on the hot zone, plus it just allows even extra points going your way. Griff as well for Ash King here, so removing what few walls there would have been up and available, not to mention a decent amount of damage output too.
Yeah, good damage output, all things considered. Not particularly a high health pool really to play around with, but still can do quite a fair bit of damage, and that super as well is looking very, very potent if need be. Oh, a Draco pick from Monarchy is look, I'm all for it. This is looking like a very saucy one already, with Poco being there to back it up. Draco should be allowed to almost reign supreme in the right circumstance.
Yeah, I love the Draco and the Frank as well. So yeah, beefy front line. I'm all here for it.
Here we
So
go.
Monarchy doubling down with the frontline players and the Draco and the Frank. Now Blinks kind of need to commit to some either tank of their own or some anti-tank.
Yeah, the anti-tank would be a pretty good idea. Though the question being is, what would be a good anti-tank pick here? Because, you know, we've seen a few interesting
my go-to would
iterations.
be the Colette. Just choose through tanks,
True.
but I don't think that's going to offer enough for the team for them to ultimately contest this with a Poco online. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
it doesn't really feel like it's a great option. Dynamite.
Ooh, Dynamite, okay.
It's something.
I think at least with Dynamite, the thing here is that he would be able to at least lob the projectiles over the barricade, so a little bit more of a safer play just to get the initial poke at Captain Rocks, maybe. But ultimately, I'm leaning towards the Monarchy lineup here, just because it feels a bit more potent. There's definitely a lot more beefiness, like you highlighted, between Frank and Draco. I mean, 1100 HP on the Draco is going to be absolutely ridiculous.
Well, look, maybe Blinks just knows something that I don't. Whatever the case may be, it's grand final time. Winner takes the crown of the first monthly finals here for South Asia, and $2,200 of course. But already, big damage out onto Arensis. He's finished off. The Dynamite gets the lockdown. This is big. Sran as well. Look, okay, so they knew something that I did
this
not,
is
and whatever the
perfect.
case may be, this Dynamite has just eviscerated Monarchy's lineup. They've wiped the team. They're looking for another setup. Big damage out onto Arances. He's getting healed up, but there's only so much heal. Dynamite just clearing out these walls. The hook onto Strand as well. Dynamite half
Perfect.
charged up. And the Valentine's Day special is going to be great zone control. Who needs anti-tank when you've got Valentine's Dynamite?
Yeah, Valentine's Dynamite is perfect. And I mean, look at this. Captain Rocks can't even make it directly to any of the members of the Blinks before where his health drops down to just about 10% really of what he can offer. And this is an utter shutdown. I mean, 56 and ticking, and well, Blinks have to fall back just a little bit, but look at this damage output, and because there is still ample amount of cover, the Dynamite just keeps on outputting the damage on and on and on without any repercussions, and even Arens is just not even safe in any capacity. So, look, Blinks read into this almost flawlessly. And yeah, the first map is looking to be quite rather saucy. Finally, Yash does fall to the hands of Captain Rocks, but not long before the Grey pick claims him as well.
Yeah, look, it seems that the perfect defense is just all-out offense at the end of the day. And to be fair, Blinks will get themselves wiped off the face of the earth. Monarchy gets some time with the hot zone. They're stacking, closing that gap now. It's about finding an opening here to get back in. And Trash, he's getting some big damage out. Only need 2% more. So if they get this, yeah, 2%, Ash is on the objective and they will take it away. Great damage coming out from this Dynamite. And look, there probably were other answers available in the pool, but Trash feels comfortable with the Dynamite and it's proven its worth in this draft already.
Yeah, an absolutely phenomenal pick here for the Dynamite choice on the side of Blinks. And yeah, look, like you said, best defense is a good offense, and certainly being able to abuse the cover system as well is just doing just the right job here. Now the problem here for Monarchy is that first, before they can even make any sort of advancements, they need to get rid of as much of that cover as possible, which will be a double-edged sword for them as well to work with.
Yeah, Trashant, I mean, he's just doing absolute work on the Dynamite. Super's up and available. He's going to zone Rocks once again. And he's just putting in the hard yards for this team. Hypercharge is available for Ash. Should have looked to push forward aggressively. I mean, Trashant just controlling this poor Frank right now. Shran gets jumped on. Great hook onto Arensis. They're just putting out the damage right now. Monarchy in a rough spot. You can see what the idea was with the draft. Two heavy frontliners with some great heal, but Trashant has that hypercharge. Ash is just coming in from the back lines. Arensis luckily will be invulnerable for a moment, so it's time ticking up in their favour. There's only so much you can do. Surround coming in. Captain Rocks into the side. Has the super. It's well off the mark. He's hooked as well. So it goes from bad to worse. At least in terms of objective time, they've got some on. Captain Rocks falls. Ash has portals galore to work with. Shran has too many targets, too many objectives, too much stimuli for him to comfortably find much of anything. And Trashant, again, has that super up and available. He's just pumping out the damage.
Just look at this,
Ash King. It is just complete and utter zone control. Captain, as he tries to get close, is taking massive damage. Arensis has the Draco form. He's looking to go in with that big dragon breath, but he can't find the kill. Again, Ash King on the back line. There's
and
only so much you can do.
And it's not even the fact that it is, you know, just a matter of can't out DPS the health pool. It is just more so the fact that it is the throwers that are just being able to claim so much zone that even before you approach them, you're already at half, if not more, of your HP. Now, thankfully, for Monarchy, Trashant does fall, so they might just be able to claim away, and they will, in fact, claim the round number 2 in their favor. But my god, every time they approach this, it is just pressure central.
Ash King, what is your great wisdom? As he stares into the camera. I mean, you look at it, Blinks, 26 kills. I think it was the 8 for Monarchy there. And to be fair, the front line does allow them to do what the draft was meant to do for Monarchy, which is just sit on the objective with sustain coming out of the poker, but it was a very near-miss thing. I think he's got a little bit more aggro in the right places at the right times. Hook onto Arensis, sets up even further damage. But Shran needs to be the target of priority. If you can finish off Shran, there's no healing coming out, and there you go. Dynamite on the back line, super comes out, Ash jumps right in, helps finish off Captain Rocks, and it's Arensis on his lonesome. 1 HP in a dream, and that dream quickly turns into a nightmare, and even more of these walls being finished off. Oh dear. This is a rough spot.
Indeed it is. Yeah, Blinks are continuing to keep on pressuring the opposition in Spady, and Ash King claiming Sran as well means that is again a 1v3 situation, and even that doesn't last for long. 43 and ticking points for Blinks as they're looking to keep up the pressure. They're looking to keep up their claim over the objective, and Arensis is looking to maybe add a few more percentages here and there with his survivability, but that is not for long. Frank is here, but his HP is actually starting to chip away. Dynamite gone. Now that means that is the area control out of the equation. Now it's the time for Monarchy to start ticking that objective away, and well, the question being is how well can they manage that? Will Frank's super land just in time?
Ash King in the backline finds Shran, it's a healing gone. And yeah, up until the moment that Trashant dived with the backline and died, They were kiting it very, very well. Strun comes in with a hypercharge available, looking to zone out, keeps her enters alive, but Brawl in on the backside. Yash going hard. Ash King there as well. And they've set up the front line. I mean, Trishant has just been kiting like an absolute wizard right now. He's consistently out of damage, just avoids so much of it, and they will take it. Blinks claim open business.
Open business indeed. First run to get done and dusted. That is your knockout out of the equation. Up next is Bounty on Shooting Star, another long-range map that allows you to once again get the snipers going, get the damage rolling. Strong mid control will also guarantee the win. So from there on, well, there's ample opportunities to really play around there. Also, a fair few of those dynamic bushes as well will allow for quite a few of the sneaky plays too. But look, comebacks are hard on this map, so any sort of falling behind in terms of the points, in terms of anything, that is, well, you can almost say goodbye to your momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I think that game ultimately on open business comes down to Shant's play of the dynamite there. He was just kiting so well, avoided the frank until he dived into the backland and died, but they still won that anyway. Going into the Shooting Star Bounty, I mean, you look at the map, it's pretty stock standard. I would be surprised if we see the Angelo let through. It is a pretty strong pick on this map, just given his ability to fly over that water, get those charged shots out from the right-hand side of those indestructibles. Probably going to see throwers. Wouldn't be surprised if it is likely the Barley Berry trade for both these teams. It just becomes a matter of who wants it more. RT, Mr. P, and Gene gone. Carl Bell, and as you'd expect, pretty much in terms of the responses there from the Vans. Look, I think with what's available and what has been taken away, there is room to move. And Gray has just been pick ban, priority across the board.
Oh yeah, Gray has been a phenomenal addition to any sort of roster that has been introduced, and yeah, been a staple pick across the whole day of the competition. And now going into the remainder of the picks from Monarchy, look, even something like maybe a bit more far-fetching as a Crow pick wouldn't actually be a bad idea, to be quite fair, for the flank game as well. But instead, we do get actually a Pearl to kick things off for Blinks, and Pearl has actually been utilized quite a fair bit previously, so I'm quite actually excited to see how that will really pay potential dividends here for the Blinks roster.
Melody coming through. It has been a bit hit or miss if you don't find those openings to cut deep on the enemy back lines and do a lot of damage. The Melody does fall a little bit flat, and the Lola coming in response from Captain Rocks. We've seen it already once this tournament, but wouldn't you argue it was the most impactful pick? I mean, the Ego does allow for a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, the Ego super can make a fair bit of the, well, potential play, but yeah, she's been a bit of a so-so really in terms of the overall performance, but I'm an 8-bit, yeah. That one is going to be a very,